Please provide a warm welcome for your MC, first alumni, Natalie Jansen Schmidt!
Hello, Wilsonville. How's it going today, everyone? Doing good? All right, welcome to the 2026 First Robotics Competition and this year's challenge, Rebuilt, presented by Haas. Rebuilt is part of our archaeology-inspired season, First Age, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to inspire students and help you all grow as leaders. Let's give Qualcomm a big round of applause as a thank you. We are again excited to partner with our Rebuilt season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season create success for the future. Haas is proud to support FIRST Robotics competition teams around the world, empowering you, the next generation of makers, to turn creativity into real-world impact. A big thank you to Haas and all the other donors who support FIRST and FIRST teams every season. It is now my pleasure to introduce our speaker, the Superintendent of Westland Wilsonville School District, Dr. Kathy Ludwig.
Good morning. This is always one of my favorite events of the year. I'm inspired by the ingenuity, the creativity, the brilliance of our students as they put their robots together, and also their collaborative spirit as they work in teams. I know this has been a lot of months of hard work. We're wishing you all the best over these next 2 days. Have a lot of fun. Parents and guests and those in the audience, I know you're going to have a great 2 days of watching these competitions. We're so excited to host again here in Wilsonville. I want to thank also our staff for making sure the site was ready. And can we give a big round of applause to all the volunteers who set this up? Sometimes I think the transformation of this ordinary gym into this robotics competition pit is one of the greatest challenges of engineering of all time. So thank you to all who contribute. Thank you to our many volunteers who serve as mentors and coaches, for those who are refereeing, for those who are helping facilitate. You make this happen for our students across the state of Oregon, and we're forever grateful on behalf of their many parents, their teachers, our school district. Thank you to FIRST Robotics for being here. Have a great weekend, everybody. Let's go.
Thank you, Dr. Ludwig. I am now going to recognize a group of very special volunteers. Students, you know them, you love them, you're trying to impress them all weekend. That is our group of judges. Stand on up. And they are led by Judge Advisor Caitlin Toohey. Students, this is a distinguished group from companies and organizations that you might want to work for someday. So be sure to use your time with them to network while also sharing all of the hard work and amazing things about your team. Judges, thank you for your hard work and dedication this weekend. Our next group of volunteers ensure safety and fair play out here in the arena. They are led by head referee Nathan Lose, a reminder that our referee crew will not review any photo or videos, and that they are also here to really coach and mentor you. So if you have questions, most of the time Nathan is pretty friendly, and you can ask him. Our next volunteer I would like to recognize is also helping to make sure we are safe this weekend in the pits and on the field, and that is our volunteer safety manager, Dan Harp. And speaking of safety, First Washington will be following a standard response protocol for any safety incidents that may occur at our event. You will see slides on the big screen, and you will see signs posted around the venue referencing the standard response protocol. And you should keep an eye out for those to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe. Mentors and coaches, make sure your team knows where the exits to the venue are located and establish a meeting place for your team in case we need to evacuate. Thanks for working together to keep everyone safe this weekend. And per usual, please make sure that everything you do during the event reflects gracious professionalism. The nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, which was created in honor of Dr. Woody Flowers, the originator of gracious professionalism, will be honored during this weekend's award ceremony. Mentors nominated by their team are the Woody Flowers Finalist Award contenders. Again, please maintain Woody's legacy by acting with gracious professionalism in all your interactions. Mentors and coaches, you are critical to the FIRST experience. You help set the culture at FIRST and are part of a far-reaching support system for all our students. Students and parents and families, please give a big round of applause to thank your coaches and mentors. Here is what our schedule looks like today. We are going to get our qualification matches kicked off pretty shortly, and throughout the day, there will also be various workshops going on around the venue. If you are interested in attending a workshop, there is a schedule posted at Pit Admin for more information. If you are a graduating senior this year, we are going to be taking our senior photo down here on the field today, right before lunch. So we will finish our match, take our photo, and then go to lunch. And an alum of any FIRST program, we will be taking a photo at the end of the day today. Now, before we get started playing Rebuilt, guys, if you are able, for the national anthem. Robot fans, are you ready to play Rebuilt? Robot fans, let's make some noise. Our drive teams are going to power on their robots, and we will meet our teams momentarily. Thank you. Wilsonville, we are ready to start qualification match number 1. Let's meet our teams on the red side of the field. We have team 2635.
The Lake Monsters, sponsored by Lockheed Martin, Intel,
In the
and
middle,
Land Research.
give it up for team 3673.
Cyborg Seagulls, sponsored by Brent Holtman Associates, Boeing, and Lamb Research.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's team 3024.
My favorite team, sponsored by the Ashland Rotary and Community of Ashland, organized the community
Making
of
our
Ashland.
way to the blue side of the field, please welcome team 10444.
Ursa Major, sponsored by NASA, Microtrip, and Ortop.
They are joined by team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics, sponsored by Haas, Intuitive, and Daimler Trucks North America, and Intel.
And make some noise for team 6831.
AO5 Annex from Hood River, Oregon, powered by Power for Flight, Sierra Olympic, and the Argosy Foundation.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go. Just kidding, here we go. Drivers again behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 1 is underway for the Wilsonville District event. Starting off the Red Alliance, first fuel scored in this hub. Even players from Lake Monsters and the machine, the 2635 machine, getting fuel in. Not to be outdone. 2374 goes in, puts in their preloaded 8 fuel into the Blue Alliance. As we come to the conclusion, Blue slight advantage 16-22. Teleoperated period has begun. Both hubs are activated, but as the Blue Alliance came advantage in the autonomous period, Red will get the first crack as their hub is now activated. That sound you just heard will be the sound you will hear every time a hub comes active. My favorite team, 3024, doing a good job moving some fuel over into the Alliance zone as the Cyborg Seagulls and Lake Monster Machine load up their hoppers as they prepare to fire a fury of fuel into the Red Alliance hub. Flashing red lights means we're about to move over here to the blue side of the field. Not to be outdone, 2374 machine of Jesuit is already putting in a full load, grabbing that second round, filled their hopper up. Teammates Ursa Major and 6831 also lining up, putting in a flurry of fuel in themselves. Minute 30 left in this first match. 47 blue, 24 red. Some left flags are flying from our head referee. We'll see what those come up with. Red Alliance takes back over control. Some defense there being played by the Blue Alliance in that neutral zone. Human players doing some damage there from the Red Alliance, trying to bring them back into contention. Lake Monster Machine has a few fuel in. They're putting it in. Once again, their teammates, my favorite team from Ashland, moving a handful of fuel over. They might be stuck on that hub. Nope, they move themselves over. Taking back over. Blue Alliance. Jesuit Machine, the 6831 robot, both trying to grab fuel and load it into the Blue Alliance hub. Nice job there from the 2374 machine. Last 30 seconds about to appear. As 30 seconds comes in, both hubs will be activated, allowing teams to score on. Red Alliance is lined up. They're putting in the fuel. The turret there of the Lake Monsters targeting in and ensuring accurate shots onto the Red Alliance hub. So the Judge Whip machine, the 2374, just loves that near side, far side corner to me, using all the fuel they have collected throughout this match and keep putting in thanks to the help of their teammates. Coming down last 5 seconds, will anyone be climbing? It does not look like it. 3, 2, 1. And that is it, the end of qualification match number 1. Head to the screen, let's see who takes the victory in this first match. It's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, 131 with a high score for this event, 52 of the red. 4 ranking points were scored by the Blue Alliance. You get an additional ranking point if you get over 100 fuels scored in your hub. They got that 94 fuel in the teleop and 22 in auto. If you'd like further details, there's a QR code that you can scan. Also note for everyone that was watching, there is the firstwa.org main page has the live stream for this event if you'd like to see it.
Wilsonville, please give your game announcer alum, Kyle Hansen, a big round of applause.
Good morning, Wilsonville.
And we will meet our qualification match 2 teams. On the red side, we've got 847.
Bread, sponsored by HP Philomath Booster Club and Mattress World Northwest.
They are joined by team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs, sponsored by Chick-fil-A, A-Deck, and BPS.
And rounding out the red side, give it up for 4043.
Nerd Herd, sponsored by the Austin Family Foundation, Haas, and the Evergreen Air Museum.
On the blue side, we've got team 4488.
Shockwave, sponsored by the Hillsborough Optometrist Club, Intel, and Edwards Vacuum.
They're partnered with 1540.
The Flaming Chickens, sponsored by Polymaker and Tel.
And give it up for team 2550.
Skynet, sponsored by JT Denning Trucking, Lamb Research, and Autodesk.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 2 underway. Our Oregon State Fairgrounds district champions, Flaming Chickens, coming off using the same autonomous mode. They are following their exact same game plans last time. Go in, score some fuel, grab some more from the human player. 2550 machine putting in a ton of fuel. That high arc trajectory they're running, high probability of getting the fuel in, no bouncing out of the hub. Over on the red side of the field, still a lot of fuel coming in the 4483 Nerd Herd machine and 847 Fred robots. We'll see what our newcomers to the competition season 2898 have to say. They look like they're lining up. They have an active hub, 7215 as we start the teleoperated period. Nerd Herd in position with their horizontal shooter located perpendicular to the intake, allowing them to shoot and intake at different angles. 847 Fred machine also has full loads of hoppers. Red Alliance has quite a bit of fuel on their side of the field ready to go when they start the scoring. 2890 makes to get the fuel in as we switch over to the blue side. Chickens have been moving a bunch of fuel to the neutral zone, and now no defense being played this early on, allowing them to work in that far corner and score a ton of fuel. Their alliance partners, 2550, playing a bit of defense, trying to keep the Fred machine and the Nerd Herd machine from going over. Nice pushing there from the defensive bot, 2550. Unfortunately, 4488 Shockwave had some kind of technical issue, was unable to be resolved. They pulled the robot off the field. I'm sure they'll be back in this next match, no problem. Red Alliance takes over, and they start their scoring. Much more active scoring phase of the Red Alliance machines as they have gotten their machines up and running. Nice scoring out of the Flying Hedgehogs machine. They almost go 100%. Just missed a couple of fuel. 1 or 2 flying out of the field. Our field reset will get them. Flaming Chickens machine going straight over, grabbing some fuel and starting to score prior to their hub becoming activated, as it takes a few seconds for the fuel to be counted. Nerd Herd machine of 4043 playing some heavy defense, trying to slow down that offensive powerhouse of the Flaming Chickens. Human players getting in the action as well as they get a few fuel moved into their human player station, allowing them to try and score. 2550, the Skynet robot out of Oregon City, was lined up to put a fuel in as well. Last 30 seconds, as you just heard, as we have both hubs activated. Flying Hedgehogs trying to do, or 847, my mistake, putting fuel in, as well as the Flying Hedgehogs. 2898 machine. 1540 Flaming Chickens machine putting in a fast little minutes, the last 10 seconds. We'll see if anyone, we got over here our first potential climb of the season as 2550 gets up in the air. They got that L1 climb. Congratulations, Skynet, with the first official climb of the Wilsonville district. As we move to the screen, let's see what we get. It's the Blue Alliance. 300-58. Detailed breakdown. 61 fuel scored in auto for blue, 224 fuel scored in teleop. 10 tower points climbed from that Skynet machine. A couple of penalties either side, nothing major there. 4 ranking points scored by the Blue Alliance, none for the red. While we get this field reset, let's go and watch this year's game animation.
Welcome to the 2026 First Robotics Competition game, Rebuilt, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by scoring fuel in their active hub and climbing their tower. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting additional scoring thresholds. Robots start each match on their starting line and may be preloaded with up to 8 fuel. During the first 20 seconds of the match, both hubs are active. Robots are autonomous and can be programmed to score fuel into the hub and climb their tower to level 1. Robots can collect additional fuel from the depot or from human players in the outpost. Human players can also throw from the outpost into the hub to score points. Fuel scored in auto is worth 1 point each. After fuel is scored in the hub, it is returned back to the neutral zone. Robots can drive over the bumps or under the trenches to collect additional fuel from the neutral zone. The remaining 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the match are the teleop period, where drivers control their robots. Teleop is split into 6 segments: the transition shift, 4 alliance shifts, and the endgame. During the shifts, hubs are either active or inactive. Each fuel scored in an active hub is worth 1 point. To start teleop, both hubs are active for the 10-second transition shift. Next are the alliance shifts. The alliance that scores the most fuel in auto will have their hub inactive for the 25-second duration of alliance shift 1. The opposing alliance hub will be active during this time. For the next shift, the hub status will switch, and the hub that was inactive will become active. The hubs
On the red side of the field, make some noise for Team 3574.
The High-Techers, sponsored by the Boeing Company, 4-H of Burien, Washington, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
Joining them is this heart-stopping team, it's 3663.
CPR, sponsored by the Boeing Company, Electro Impact, and Inside and Out Renovations.
And make some noise for 5970.
Beavertronics, sponsored by Intel, Autodesk, and TE Connectivity.
Over on the blue half, please make some noise for Team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics, sponsored by Microchip, the Argosy Foundation, and Reliance Connections.
In the middle, we've got 3636.
The Generals, sponsored by Daimler and Boeing.
And rounding out blue, make some noise for 5975.
The Beta Blues, sponsored by Diverse Connections, ESP Sustain, and Applied Plastics Machining.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 3 underway. A lot of action here in the neutral zone of the field as we start off. Human players both sides trying to put some fuel in. 6696 machine scoring all the way across. Maybe a little bit too much power there as they try and get a few more fuel before the start of the teleop period. 10 red, 2 blue. Mostly human player scorers. Got some accurate shots coming from those humans trying to assist in the scoring of the blue field robots. 66-96 machine of Cardinal Dynamics. Grabbing some more fielders. They take over, trying to get a little bit more scored in the teleop period before it goes back over. Once again, their shooter maybe a tiny bit out of tune as they try and help out and score on the Red Alliance field, but they're going to Blue Hub. Not a lot of movement out of the 59-75 machine, the Beta Blues. Their drive team doing what they can to help move them. They'll be up and running in no time, I have no doubt. CPR machine is 36-63. Going and moving hub over, fuel over to the red side of the hub. It's now activated as they move through the red side trench in an attempt to go in position. Moving turret there, ran by vision tracking, trying to shoot on the move while taking defense from the Generals. High Tech machine took a bit of damage there going into the blue hop or red side trench. They don't, unfortunately, a little too tall to fit. Unique robot shape in the trapezoid. Moving back over the blue side of the field, Cardinal Dynamics 66-96 still doing what they can to help. Nothing moving with the Beta Blues just yet. Generals doing what they can to help defense, juddering and a little bit of potential movement they're trying to figure out. As we move over into the last final minute of this match, 31 red, 96 blue. 60, the CPR's machine, 36-63. Trying to help move some fuel over to the red side there, lined up, trying to put some more fuel in and keep that red advantage they have as they go into the final 47 seconds of this match. It's good defense being played by the Generals. Not a lot of movement out of the Beavertronics machine, but they are lined up. They got some fuel in their hopper, ready to score at a moment's notice. Back over the blue side of the field as we 10 over to their side just shortly. We got the 669 Cardinal Dynamics machine still doing what they can to try and score. It looks like they might have had a small issue with the tuning of their turret, but they'll get it figured out in no time as it tries to shoot over the far side red hub this whole match. Beta Blues unmoving. They've got some help from some of our technical experts that are volunteering and keep their machine up and running those last 9 or 10 seconds of this first match. 51 red, 18 blue as we come to the conclusion of qualification match number 3. And we'll see who takes the win in qualification match number 3. It is the Red Alliance. Red Alliance 55, a Blue Alliance 18. Red Alliance had the advantage going into the teleoperated period, 13-4. 32 fuel scored to 9. A couple of penalty points were irrelevant to the outcome of the match. 3 ranking points for Red, 0 for Blue. Once again, if you'd like more details, scan that QR code located in the middle bottom of the screen, and you can get all the information we have.
Moving right along to our next set of teams on the red side, we've got 96-13.
Lions Bite, sponsored by Swift Robotics Connect Washington Schools and the Gene Haas Foundation.
They are joined by 63-43.
Steel Ridge, sponsored by First Washington.
And we've got team 46-62.
Bite Size Robotics, sponsored by Boeing Samuel S. Johnson Foundation and Northwest STEM Hub.
On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for your host team. It's 14-25.
Error Code 0, sponsored by the Austin Family Foundation, Xerox, and Wilsonville, Oregon.
In the middle, we've got 45-13.
The Circuit Breakers, sponsored by the Mark T. Durst & Sons, Patriot Electric, and ASC Machine Tools.
And from up in Mercer Island, we've got 59-37.
MI Robotics, sponsored by Boeing, Auto Crushers US, and Kornblum Legal.
We are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 4 underway. Red Alliance going straight to scoring while the Blue Alliance trying their best to grab some fuel from the neutral zone before going back over. Unfortunately, 14-25 got hung up on their far side hub as they go back around with the 59-37 machine of MI Robotics going and putting in a full hopper of fuel, giving the Blue Alliance the advantage, 39-15 going to the tele-operated period. Red Alliance machines have a little bit of getting up to do, but it's well within their power. 63-43 machine has the full hopper ready to go as they take over full control of scoring. They get lined up in the right angle, get their full hopper unloaded. 96-13 machine has a large hopper. They're trying to navigate over their first near side Alliance trench, doing what they can. Some more scoring coming from the Steel Ridge machine as their Alliance partners, 46-62, Bite Size Robotics, trying to help them out with scoring some fuel and moving over to the hub. There we go. Error Code and MI Robotics putting in a full flurry of hoppers without any defense being played, trying to get more. All 3 robots from the Blue Alliance are now scoring into the hub, and that score keeps climbing higher and higher. 46-62, Bite Size doing what they can to play some defense against the Error Code machine and prevent it from having a simplified time of scoring. As the Red Alliance takes back over control of an active hub, they have plenty of fuel on their side. They just need to get it loaded into those robots and start scoring. 96-13 machine lined up with some fuel in line, but they might be having a couple small mechanical issues. 63-43 Steel Ridge using what they can, that small hopper they have, allowing them to transverse large amounts of fuel into another machine quickly without jamming, and it's showing as they grab small amounts, but lots of fuel scored. Double-sided turret shooter from 14-25 machine, scoring a full hopper load as they're going back over, grabbing more fuel from behind them, and the MI Robotics, those snails, not moving like a snail. They are moving all over the field at a rapid rate of speed with their turreted shooter, grabbing fuel from the far side corner. All 3 blue robots have their own section of the field decided, it seems like to my eye, beforehand, allowing them to stay out of each other's way and maximize the score going into the Blue Alliance hub. 22 seconds remaining in this qualification match number 4. 201 blue, 47 red. As we come to the conclusion, we'll see if anyone has climbed. I see a few on robots. Perhaps they'll utilize them this last little bit to get those extra 10 points for L1 climb, or even higher if they can go up to L2 or L3. Qualification match 4 comes to an end. 214 blue, 50 red, unofficial score. We'll wait for the referee to give us the thumbs up and have your finals coming up. And it's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 215, 50 for the Red Alliance. Blue had the control going to the autonomous period, 39 versus to 15, moving out 176 for the blue to 35 red. 4 ranking points allow the Blue Alliance to take that victory. Once again, full details can be located in that QR code down below.
It is time to welcome our Red Alliance to the field, starting with Team 7034.
To be determined. Sponsored by Ericsson Forensics, Siemens, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
In the middle, we have Team 2915.
Pandemonium. Sponsored by Riverdale PTC, Hat Club, and Xerox.
And make some noise for 1595.
The Dragons. Sponsored by Pearson Packaging Systems, St. George School, and Alcobra.
Over on the Blue Alliance, celebrating their 18th season, it's Team 2990.
Hotwire. Sponsored by SCTC, Boeing, and HP Civil.
In the middle spot, we've got 9600.
X-Flare Robotics. Sponsored by Boeing, the Gene Haas Foundation, and 7 Robotics.
And make some noise for 9438.
Leopard Tech. Sponsored by the Cove School District, the Argosy Foundation, and Lamb Research.
Wilsonville, we are waiting for that green light from the field to tell us robots are ready to play. And we are waiting for a thumbs up from our head referee and FTA. Drivers behind the lines, we are kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 5 underway. Red Alliance Dragons machine going off first. Grab some fuel. A little bit of contact with the blue 2990 machine and to be determined. A little bit of underpowered chitter on Hot Wire's machine for this first match, but they'll get it for the second one. 1590 putting in a full hopper load that they had in their machine as well. Almost tied up in autonomous. Sevens per each one of the Alliance. Red Alliance has the victory in autonomous, so they're getting the first. Blue Alliance taking over the last couple of seconds. They lose access. Over the red side of the field, not a lot of movement. There's some movement out of the Pandemonium machine. 1595. The Dragons grab some fuel from the human player station, roughly about 15, as they're lining up their double-sided shooter to score to be determined. Got their shooter working quite a bit efficiently over this last couple of days, grabbing fuel. Unfortunately, got a bit of a stuck on the fuel problem we've been seeing throughout this competition for the Hot Wire 2990 machine. Hopefully their alliance partners will come over and give them a bit of a bump, get them moving all over again as they have it taken over. A couple of human player shots going in. They're out of fuel. 734 grabbing a huge arc of field, trying to move it from the blue side of the field all the way to the red side of the field. Not a lot of movement coming out of the 9438 machine. And Pandemonium is stored, leaving just the 9600 machine of X-Flare to take over the scoring of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has activated their hub, and as they continue to try and score, no defense being played, allowing all 3 red robots to grab full hopper loads and score as much as they can. That cheering you're hearing is a bunch of help from the Leopard Tech machine getting Pandemonium back up and running. They've got a full load of fuel and quite a bit of ground to make up, but they're more than capable of the task as they line up right against the tower of the Blue Alliance, start putting in every single ounce of fuel that they can in the next 30 seconds while they are able to score undefended. Coming back from this 71-30 downfall, they've got about 30, 40 fuel or so to get back into position to score. 9600 X-Flare also trying to move in. Leopard Tech playing some counter defense against 2B determined as they try and keep the red machines from scoring. Unfortunately, it looks like 2B might be a little jammed and stuck on that hub. A lot of fuel right there on the blue side, allowing Hotwire to grab a full load and then move it straight on over to the Blue Alliance. No scoring coming from the red side as field goes all the way over and out of the hub, the playing field. Human driver or volunteers going to put that back in. We need all 500 fielders on this field right now to score. Pandemonium doing everything they can to try and come back with 4 seconds remaining. Human players putting a couple last-minute fuel for the Red Alliance, keep their lead going into the end of qualification match number 5. Unofficial score, 71 red, 54 blue. We will see what the final score comes out to just in a moment. Up from the head referee, let's see what we got. And the Red Alliance. 73 red, 65 blue. Well-fought contest from both alliances. Going into teleoperator, it was actually tied 7-7. 66 fuel scored by the red to the 48 on the Blue Alliance with 10 tower points from the climb orchestrated by the 9438 machine of Leopard Tech, bringing it within a few. Unfortunately, Pandemonium getting stuck on those balls, or fuel I should say, for the last few first half of the match affected their overall score. 3 ranking points for red, 0 for blue. As we wait for robots to get on the field and the volunteers to get the field set up, do remember, Tell is located in the hallway, and they are holding a raffle in honor of Pi Day. Go visit them for a chance to go win a Raspberry Pi, the computer chip version, not the fruit. And it goes to Tell 2 p.m., and we'll be announcing the winner. So remember, go see Tell. They're holding a raffle in the hallway.
Joining us on the red field, make some noise for Team 957.
The Swarm, South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs, sponsored by the Wheeler Family, Northwest, Fireburn and Sons, Albany Public School Foundation.
They are partnered with Team 4043.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, it's Nerd Herd.
And give it up for Team 44.
It's Shockwave.
Joining us on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 2898.
From Beaverton, Oregon, it's the Flying Hedgehogs.
In the middle, Team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
And rounding out the blue side, it's Team 2471.
Team Mean Machine. Sponsored by U.S. Digital, ProTech, and Analog Devices.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 6 underway. 4480 and Mean Machine both trying to grab fuel. Big Bump might have affected Mean Machine grabbing all the fuel they wanted. First time you can see the Shockwave Machine working in competition as they were unmoving in their first match. Swarm has an amazing autonomous mode. As we come in, 23, 28, almost once again tied up. Red Alliance might have come back. As we start the teleoperated periods, once again tied and autonomous. We'll see what's going to happen to the machines. Not a lot of movement out of the Shockwave Machine, but they have a full round of hopper. The machine is loading up. They have their first shot at a uninterrupted hub. They have 30 seconds to score. As B Machine is aiming from the corner where they're on it, their alliance partners, 2374. Jesuit Machine scoring a full load of hub as fuel as well. B Machine in that far corner of the hub trying to minimize the cycle time from that neutral zone into the alliance side. They have to cross over to their alliance before they can score without receiving penalties. Flying Head Judge 2890 Machine trying to play some defense against the Shockwave Machine, leaving Swarm alone to go score uninterrupted. Bunch of fuel coming in from Shockwave as they get their machine up and running. 4043 Machine and Nerd Herd playing some solid defense and trying to herd fuel into the alliance zone. This game at high level comes down to who can manage their fuel reserves the most efficiently. Large volley of fuel coming from both the Jesuit and the Mean Machine robots as they do everything they can to maximize the scoring in the next couple of seconds. 138 blue to 90 red. We'll see what comes out. It's going to be a very tight fought match. Both Mean Machine and Jesuit getting second hopper loads filled in. It's all going to come down to who can maximize in this last 31 minute section and see what Red can do. They need to come through and get as much fuel scored as they can. 957's had a very solid machine being left alone, scoring everything they can in the remaining 10 seconds they have. 4048 Machine of Shockwave undefended, allowing them to catch back up. They're within a few points. Nerd Herd Machine there on the Red Alliance doing everything they can to help prevent extra fuel from being scoring. That load of fuel they just picked up and scored might be the deciding factor, as there's not a lot of fuel left over on the Blue Alliance side, preventing them from having fast scoring, while the Red Alliance has quite a bit. 148 red, 203 blue. As we continue on the final few seconds of this match, it is anyone's game. It may come down to even climb points, as our Shockwave Machine seems to have lost a bumper, unfortunately, and they've been disabled, leaving the Blue Alliance to score as much as they can. 249 blue, 163 red is the live score we see on the screen right now. We'll have the final results for you shortly. Thumbs up from the head referee. Let's see what we got. It's the Blue Alliance. 253 blue, 167 red. Mean Machine takes the number 3 spot. Other two alliance partners move up. Everyone in the Red Alliance moves down, but they still managed to mitigate their losses as they were able to score over 100 fuel, getting the energized ranking point. 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, tied in auto. A couple of penalty points awarded to the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance managed to outscore Red in the teleoperated period.
welcome to the field our Red Alliance, starting with Team 1425.
Error code 0.
In the middle spot, it's 6831.
From Hood River, Oregon, it's AO5 Annex.
And currently sitting in the number 1 spot, give it up for 1540.
Piloting Hephaestus, it's the Flaming Chickens.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6343.
From Ridgefield, Washington, it's Steel Ridge.
We have Team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And give it up for Team 3673.
The Cyborg Seagulls.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 7 underway. It's a battle in the neutral zone as teams are grabbing fuel as much as they can. Both Red Alliance spots putting in huge volleys. Chickens coming back to the second, not be outdone though. Blue Alliance has human players putting in their fuel. 6696 machines looks like stuck on the hub, but they had a full load of fuel as they are moving back in. Their alliance partners both putting in extra as they continue. 74 red, 28 blue, giving blue the chance to have the first strike in the teleoperated period. Cardinal Dynamics machine grabbing fuel as fast as they can, moving into the Blue Alliance zone as well as filling up a hub themselves as they have the first activation period of the hub with that noise you just heard. No defense being played, allowing the Cardinal Dynamics machine to grab a full load of fuel and score as they go to grab a second hopper load in this first 30-second shift of theirs. Red Alliance robot 6831 doing what they can to try and prevent Cardinal Dynamics from scoring. Blue Alliance about to take back over. Chickens and 1425 error code both have defense being played by 2 robots. Red Alliance has quite a bit of power. The number 1 overall, number 7, and number 6 as it currently stands. And it's showing as they've got 2 solid robots scoring as much fuel as they can from both corners of the field in Error Code and the Flaming Chickens. Though 6343, the Steel Ridge and Cyborg Seagull 6373 machine doing what they can. As unfortunately 6343 has lost their turret. It is currently hanging off the side of the robot and their machine is unmoving. But it is blocking the Red Alliance trench, preventing easy scoring as 1425 and Cyborg Seagulls have a bit of entanglement and they are stuck on each other, preventing the 69-63 machine of AO5 Annex. There they go, helping other teammates trying to keep them move it back in, allowing them to take advantage at the perfect time as the Red Alliance hub has just become activated. 165 red, 79 blue as we go in the last 45 seconds. Cyborg Seagulls still doing what they can, find to play defense on both the Chickens and Error Code 0. Counter defense being applied by AO5 Annex trying to help out their alliance partners. Good teamwork by these Red Alliance. As you remember, these teams are randomly assigned, so they don't know who their partner's going to be until the competition starts. Last 30 seconds, no defense being played for the Cardinal Dynamics machine there as they're doing everything they can to try and claw back the advantage Red has already started. Large rainbows of field going in from the Blue Alliance, as well as shorter bursts, but with 2-sided shooters the 1425 has and the fast shooting of 1540, they were able to put in an equal amount of fuel as that Cardinal Dynamics robot. As we come to the end of qualification match number 7.
Julia, we're playing.
I've got the thumbs up for the head referee. Let's put our eyes to the screen, see what the results are. It's the Red Alliance. 267, 149. Detailed report. Red Alliance all moves upwards, except for the Chickens move down to number 2 overall. Blue Alliance all moves upwards as well, as they were able to grab that extra ranking point. So even when you don't win the overall match, you're still able to move up in the rankings by getting that energized RP ranking point.
A reminder that we are playing to qualification match 11 before our lunch break. And right after qualification match 11, we will be taking a senior photo down here on the field. So if you are a graduating senior, come on down to the field and join us for that photograph. It is time to meet our Red Alliance. Fun fact about these teams, all of them are based out of Oregon. Let's meet them, starting with team 2550.
INET.
They are joined by team 10444.
Ursa Major.
And we've got 2915.
Pandemonium.
While our Red Alliance is all from Oregon, our Blue Alliance is all from Washington. So we've got a little battle of states going on. Give it up for team 3663.
Cedar Park Robotics, it's CPR.
They're partnered with 9613.
Lions Bite.
And you know them, they're tough as snails. It's 5937.
MI Robotics.
Drive teams, check your toes. We're getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 8 underway. Blue Alliance goes straight to the neutral zone to grab fuel as the Red Alliance starts by scoring from their alliance zone at first. Human players on both sides putting in their 15 fuel that they have started. Not to be outdone though. Blue and Robots went 59-37, doing what they can, putting in about a half to 3/4 hopper load of autonomous fuel in. 31 blue, 14 red. That's the MI Robotics machine, helping the Blue Alliance to take the advantage coming out of the autonomous period. Red has the first activated hub as they're doing what they can to try and score. Pandemonium machine seems to get their shooter up and running as it's scoring fuel at a solid, consistent rate. Their teammate Skynet also very high arc, though that high arc allows them to have very few bounce outs of fuel. You'll notice there's lots of fuel being scored. The fuel can sometimes hit the hub, but actually bounce out. High arcs prevent that. Blue Alliance machine, MI Robotics, and the 63 CPR machine, both undefended, putting in large fuel at a rapid rate as they're actually scoring while moving with their moving turrets run by vision processing software the teams have developed. 900 blue, they've already hit their energized ranking point for the Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance takes back over. Pandemonium already in position, Skynet moving back over the Alliance trench. They might be a little stuck, see if their teammates, the Ursa Major, give them a little bump. Nope, some tricky driving by the Skynet drivers managed to self-arrest themselves and get them back into the field. Blue Alliance, while Red scoring, CPR machine and the MI machine grabbing fuel from the neutral zone, moving into the Blue Alliance, staging it for this time where they have a fully activated hub and a full load of fuel in their machines, plus a bunch of extra in their alliance zones, allowing them to easily score. Red Alliance machines, Ursa Major and Skynet doing what they can to try and play some defense against the blue robots, as well as Robson Field. Good job on the Skynet machine, grabbing some of that fuel, taking it into their hub, preventing it from being scored by the Blue Alliance as they will hopefully move back over to the Red Alliance side and score. But you got Pandemonium already lining up with their climber, doing what they can to try and climb in the last 10 or 30 seconds of this match. That's an extra 10 points each. Skynet seems to be looking up, see if they can get their climb going. They're lining up. Over on the blue side, both MI and CPR grabbing extra loads of fuel. Skynet just missed the hook there as they were just out of position. They got about 5 seconds remaining. Let's come on, see if they can get up. They have a double climb potential. Skynet machine just, by my eye, on the ground where judges are going up. I might have seen the thumbs down there. Unfortunately, those climbs may not count, but we'll wait for the official score from the head referee. Final score for qualification match number 8 coming up. It's the Blue Alliance. 154-25 to the Blue Alliance. Movement on the blue side of the field as all the teams move up or stay the same. Red side, unfortunately, moves down a little bit in ranking, but still highly rated in this contest. 4 ranking points for blue with that 154 score, 31 auto fuel scored, and 118 tally up. Equal penalties, 5 each for both teams. Therefore, they were not critical to the match.
Let's welcome our Red Alliance to the field. We've got team 5970.
Piloting their robot, the Crystal Skull, it's Beavertronics.
They are joined by 9600.
Their alliance partners, X-Flare Robotics.
And make some noise for team 847.
The Philomath High Robotics Engineering Division, it's Fred.
Over on the blue side, we've got 4513.
The Circuit Breakers.
In the middle, team 1595.
It's the Dragons.
And make it loud for team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 9 underway. Human players take the first shots and they get the first scores in. Blue Alliance, though, Mean Machine over in their corner, they like to be right across the trench into the Blue Alliance zone. Already has a full hopper load in as they grab some more fuel from the neutral zone autonomously, go back underneath the trench and then score even more of it in. Red Alliance Machine, X-Flare seems to be stuck on the hub, at least in autonomous. Nope, they get right back over. No biggie there for them. Beavertronics Machine lining up as the 847 machine of Fred grabs the fuel as they prepare for their scoring. Last couple of seconds, Dragons and Mean Machine doing their best to try and grab some extra points in before it takes back over. Mean Machine and, what was it, 45-13 of Circuit Breakers doing the funneling strategy, trying to get fuel moved over to the Blue Alliance side in anticipation with that flashing red light means they're about to start scoring and they already unload. Mean Machine grabs its first volley. Dragons have their first volley. 45-13 also going to all 3 Blue Alliance robots, accumulating to add the score of already of 145 points with a minute 32. They can potentially even break 300 and maybe even get a high score of this event so far. Out of position for that first shot from the Circuit Breakers. They're shooting a little short as Mean Machine now seems to be scoring into the neutral zone instead of the Blue Alliance hub. Dragons helping to move it in. Some defense being played there by the 9600 machine of X-Flare Robotics. 5970 Beavertronics has a load of fuel scored as Fred's grabbed some more themselves trying to score. Into the Red Alliance hub. Mean Machine seems to have some kind of potential issue as they've transitioned over to a defensive strategy, allowing their alliance partners, Dragons and the Circuit Breakers, to take over the offensive scoring of the Blue Alliance. Smart choice on their part. If they did have a mechanical to have an on-the-fly move. This where these teams talk beforehand on these matches and strategize multiple different scenarios what could happen. 9600 Machine of X-Flare helping the Blue Alliance get a little bit extra fuel moved over as they start the defensive positioning. Their intake seems to be a little askew from my eye. Circuit Breakers scored a little short. Dragons trying to prevent the Red Alliance robot from going back over and scoring on the red side of the field. Mean Machine currently unmoving on the, or jittering on the red side of the field. See what their problem is. Fred Machine lined up, getting a couple of fuel scored in. There's Mean Machine back up and running, trying to prevent the Beavertronics Machine of 5970 from scoring. A couple of red penalties happening at the very end of that match. Unofficial score, 151 blue, 42 red. I got a thumbs up from the head referee. And it's the Blue Alliance. 156 blue, 42 red. Looking at the detailed breakdown, Red Alliance had the advantage going out of the teleoperated period and maintained that advantage throughout the rest of this match. Even with some issues with scoring on the later half of the Blue Alliance, their early performance in this match qualification match number 9 allowed them to keep the victory and enough to get that energized ranking point. Mean Machine maintains third, and their alliance partners move up, whilst the Circuit Breakers do move down a little bit. They're still in that top 8 position. Reminder, everyone, Adrian Collins is having a leadership listening from 2:30 to 3:30 in the CET lab classroom on the right side of the Commons. If you'd like to speak with First Washington leadership about your experiences or any concerns or any positives, please come from between 2:30 and 3:30 and speak with Adrian in the CET lab classroom located right side of the Commons.
Let's go ahead and welcome our Red Alliance to the field, starting with Team 3024.
You'll know them as my favorite team.
They are joined by 9438.
It's Leopard Tech.
And we've got Team 5975.
The Beta Blues.
On the blue side, give it up to Team 7034.
To be determined.
In the middle, Team 2990.
Hotwire.
And rounding out the blue side, it's 3636.
The Generals from Portland, Oregon.
Qualification match 10. getting underway in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 10 underway. Blue Alliance 2998 hot wire machine is going to the neutral zone first before they line up, trying to get a full loaded hub in. Human players, only one scoring on the red side of the field as the robots are currently stationary. 2998 hot wire machine, a little underpowered. All their fuel may have left the robot, but unfortunately it went onto the Alliance zone instead of the hub, though it is right there, easily collected by the Blue Alliance to start scoring. There is no advantage to scoring an auto in terms of the points scored. Every ball or fuel is worth 1 point, whereas a teleoperated or autonomous play. Red Alliance with the victory, tied up 9-9, as Blue has the first activated hub going in. Human players doing what they can to try and score as much fuel as possible. Blue Alliance machine of the Generals lined up to score as well, two to be determined. Hotwire also lined up, all three Blue robots working in tandem at different times, that way not to overload the hub and prevent extra scoring. Red Alliance, still nothing moving on the red side of the field. My favorite team's robot trying to move through the hub, get ready. I saw them doing some jumping jacks, getting activated and energized up as the drive team, ensuring their robot, which is lined up ready to start scoring anytime. 59-75 of the Beta Blues put in a few fuel in there. Cheer squad is about the best in the district so far. Counter defense being played by the 94-38 Leopard Tech, helping allow some more red scoring. Blue Alliance, 2990 putting in a load of fuel. 70-34 to be determined has already scored their first hopper as they line up their second. Their partners, the Generals, trying to get their first hopper in line. All three robots lined up nicely, and it's reflecting the score. 94-97, 100 fuel. Energized RP has been gained by the Blue Alliance at the halfway mark of this match with 50 seconds remaining. My favorite team putting a few fuel, as well as the 59-75 Beta Blues machine, helping bring their score up to 26. 70-34 to be determined, and 2990 Hotwire grabbing fuel from the neutral zone, moving it back over into the Blue Alliance zone. They have plenty of fuel coming in this last 30 seconds. Both hubs are now activated. Unfortunately, 2990 Hotwire is stuck on the Alliance zone bump. Hopefully their teammates can come give them a little shove as they go are collecting fuel throughout it, trying to maximize the final score, 125 Blue with 10 seconds remaining. I see over the red side of the fuel, looks like Beta Blues are lining up trying to get a L1 climb underway. I don't see they might have had a small issue getting their arm to go up. Finishing out qualification match number 10. While we wait for the head referees to finalize their results, reminder at the end of qualification matches before lunch starts, at the end of match 11, we're going to have the senior photo. So I need all seniors onto the field to get the senior photo. Heads, thumbs up from the head referee. Let's see what we got. It's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance victory, 150-37. To be determined moves up to our number 8 seed early in this qualification section of the Wilsonville district event. Not a lot of fuel scored either way on auto, though red did have the advantage, so blue had to come back from behind. Scored 148 fuel in the teleop period, gaining those 4 ranking points.
got qualification match 11 coming up right after this match down on the field. We will be taking a senior photo. So graduating seniors, come on down. We will gather and take a photo to celebrate you graduating from first program. With that, let's meet our Red Alliance. Please make some noise for team 2635.
From Lake Oswego, Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
They are joined by 3574.
The High Techers.
And give it up for 6343.
Steel Ridge.
On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 4662.
Bite Size Robotics.
Their partners 957.
The Swarm.
And we've got 6831.
AO5 Annex. Team 3574, this is your 2-minute warning. While 3574 gets hooked up to the field, reminder everyone, after this match, senior photo. We need the senior photo for after this match.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 11 underway. Red Alliance opens the scoring with some human player as well as shots from the 2635 Lake Monster machine. Over on the blue side, all 3 human players doing some scoring, while 957 supplements it with 2 full hopper loads, taking the Blue Alliance up as we come to the end of the teleoperated 39 to 19. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this teleoperated period. 40 to blue, 21 to red. Red Alliance will have the first option to score. Wheels coming out of the field, coming towards our game announcers already and our FTAs. Got to keep heads up on that. 957 Swarm stuck, but they managed to drive their way out of it. Good defense being played there by 63-43. That's the Steel Ridge machine. Lake Monsters left alone in the blue Red Alliance zone with a ton of fuel around coming from that far side trench, courtesy of their alliance partners, 63-43 Steel Ridge. Blue has taken over. Got some swarm shooting coming on right now as they get lined up and have to fight through not defense from 1 robot, but from 2, actually. Cancel that. Steel Ridge just moved back through as the high-techers take over, having a bit of a dual defense being played. Good work on the Red Alliance, trying to slow down that shooting, keep them within striking distance of the Red Alliance robot of Lake Monsters to score. A couple of fuel coming in from the human players as well. Lake Monsters doing what they can to put some more fuel in with their machine. Defense being played by the 6831 AO5 Annex robot, our current rank number 4 in this tournament. High-Techers machine coming back over, trying to help out, move some fuel around and move it to the Red Alliance side. Not a lot of fuel in that neutral zone, meaning the Blue Alliance, they want to keep scoring as their fuel reserves are not abundant, are going to have to come all the way over to the red side of the field and try and grab over. 46-62 machine actually moves some fuel over to the Red Alliance, allowing the Red Alliance human players to score. It looks like Red Alliance is actually moving to that strategy. Not a bad play, having the human-robot connection, allowing for some additional fuel to be scored by the Red Alliance team. If their machines' shooters are no longer functioning well, they still have the ability to go and shove fuel over into the human player station, allowing the 3 human players, from 1 from each alliance, to take over the scoring. 39 red, 77 blue. Though the human players are quite a bit slower than the robots themselves. That swarm machine with a 2 wide intake, meaning they can actually do 2 fuel at once instead of just 1 stream, 2 full streams of fuel. Coming to the end of qualification match number 11, 94-46 to the Blue Alliance. There is a iPhone that has been left in the stands. It has a green case. It'll be in pit admin. Reminder, seniors, come down to the field as it is now lunchtime. Speaking of lunch, there is food trucks out front. We have a Kona ice and coffee, so grab some snacks and drinks during the break. I have the thumbs up. Let's look at the results. Yep. And it's the Blue Alliance. 94 blue, 46 red. Unfortunately, you'll see the results there on the red side of the field. 3574 has a red card has been assessed to them. This is due to a modification of the robot without reinspection, resulting in an I-102 infraction. The result of this infraction is a red card. So regardless of the Alliance, 3574 will not receive any ranking points towards this match. And with that, it is now lunchtime. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Seniors, you have the senior photo right now. If there are any seniors not down on the field, please come to the field immediately to get the senior photo. It is happening as we speak.
All right, Wilsonville, we have a special announcement to get started before we resume our qualification matches. Tokyo Electron has been here doing some marketing, hanging out with students, chatting them up, and they have a giveaway, a raffle for a Raspberry Pi. So it is that time for us to figure out who our raffle winner is. If you participated, you have a little orange ticket that has a number. And the winning number is 303739. 303739. If that is your raffle ticket, congratulations, you have won the Raspberry Pi. Come to the field and or pit admin and we will hook you up with your prize. And we will meet our teams very shortly. Thank you. Wilsonville, welcome back from lunch. We are about to get our qualification matches started again. Over on the Red Alliance, we have A team that is currently ranked number 3. That team is Team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
In the middle spot, we've got 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And on the third spot, it's Team 44 and
Shockwave.
Wilsonville. Help me out by welcoming my co-MC and first alum, Jake Enos, to the field.
Hello, Wilsonville. Let's go ahead and meet the teams on the blue side of the field, starting off with our number 4 ranked team, Team 5937.
MI Robotics.
And joining them in the middle driver station, we have Team 3673.
The Cyborg Seagulls.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 847.
Fred.
Alrighty, let's get qualification number 12 underway. Drivers behind the lines. And let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 12 underway. Mean Machine to the neutral zone first, stopping the 5937 machine of MI Robotics from getting the fuel, though it did adjust Mean Machine's autonomous. 4488 just staying right in front of the red zone hub, scoring its 8 preloaded balls, while their third alliance partners, the Cardinal Dynamics, they got their first hopper unloaded, but the second one seems to be hung up on their alliance side. Blue side of the field, they managed to get 8 fuel scored in. Fred Machine moving a little bit, Cyborg Seagulls, and starting the tele-op period. Whoa, we got Blue Alliance as the first activated hub. Shock, not a lot of scoring going on right now on that side of the field. As I say that, though, 5937 machine, all in that corner, putting in a bunch of fuel, getting ready. Fred's machine, 847, preparing to start scoring fuel. Oh, some fuel going out all the way to the human player. Red fuel hub is activated. Mean Machine fighting in its first hopper full of the teleoperated period. 66-96, Cardinal Dynamics has its second. The defense, the bot of Shockwave, seems to be stuck on a field right in front of the red side hub. They're going to struggle to notice it. Hopefully their teammates can come and help and give a little nudge out of the way, or potentially a partner from the opposing alliance. Cardinal Dynamics machines going to be stuck on it. Ring machines not moving too much. As we move back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 59-37, and their alliance partners 847. Fred stuck in the corner, just put in a full hopper load. 52-81 as we come into the final period of 1 minute ago. We have 2 shifts remaining. Red hub is activated. Fred's Shockwave machine still stuck. Alliance partners looks like possibly the Cyborg Seagulls. I cannot say for sure. Blue side on the red side is out of the way. Their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, just taking all the offensive scoring going for the Red Alliance as they keep moving and getting around. 24-71, trying to help out their teammates get off of the fuel. Some fuel there has been damaged by the Shockwave machine. 44-88. Nice teamwork there as they keep trying to get them off moving. Blue Alliance hub is activated. 59-37 machine of MI Robotics seems to be stuck on the blue hub. As we count down to the final 6 seconds of the match. We have a thumbs up from our head referee. We'll look to the screen. A little quiet, but that's okay. They're getting that figured out. We seem to be paused. We're still paused. It's an extended pit stop from the Haas machine there. Give us 1 second as we work on these technical difficulties. I'll come back to you with your final score just shortly. We are still trying to get your final scores updated. Unofficially, it was 153 red, 58 blue as we try and wait and work through some technical difficulties to get you guys the final score for qualification match number 12. And there we go. We have it. The Red Alliance with the victory of this one. 153 red, 58 blue. If you look at the final scores, there's the QR code. With that, let's get to meeting our new teams.
Alrighty, starting off on our Red Alliance, we have team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
In the middle driver's station, we have team 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
And in the last driver's station on the Blue Alliance, we have team 3663. You guys are not 3636.
That's the Cedar Park Robotics, CPR.
And on the blue side of the field, we have team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
In the middle driver's station, we have team 5970.
Beavertronics.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 3024.
That's my favorite team.
Alrighty, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 13 underway after a short delay, technical delay. Flaming Chickens doing their standard autonomous. Grabs the field from the neutral hub, put it all in. Human players helping. Over on the blue side, not field down, 2374. The Judgment Machine also putting in a full hopper load. My favorite team lined up on the hub, putting in 1 or 2 fuel in themselves. Some extra fuel coming in from the Judgment later in the match. Their alliance partners are prepared and set up for the start of teleoperated period. 62 red, 7 blue. As we continue in, Red Alliance has finished their shift out as the blue hub there is now activated. Defense being played by 2 of the Blow robots. My favorite team machine activated, taking over the primary scoring role. Nice job with that robot, getting a few fuel scored in. The rest of their hopper and preloads as they start to move in to start scoring. Remember, once that blue hub starts to flash is when the remaining timeout, which starts in 3 seconds. Now the Red Alliance is taking over, scoring in the hub. 1540 machine working in the corner there, putting as much fuel in as it can. 3663 of the CPR machine also putting in 1 full hopper load. 5970 Beavertronics defensive bot from blue coming over, trying to go and slow down these offensive juggernauts of 1540 and 3663.
Yeah, you're like, need a dip, gotta deal with this real quick.
Moving back over from red, going over to the blue alliance side of the field, has just activated their hub. As my favorite team in the Judgment Machine is scoring as much as I can. $28.98 over on the blue side of the field, trying to slow down Judgment and my favorite team's offensive scoring with a 46 at 183 to red. 2 seconds remaining on the blue hub shift as they move back over. Red hub is now activated. 1540 taking it back over 3663. 1540 machine really likes to go against that end wall where a lot of fuel tends to hub up. They move all the way to the end, go laterally down it while shooting and scoring on the move. Blue Alliance robots, 5970 Beavertronics and Jesuit machine working as fast as they can to try and move fuel from that neutral zone back to their alliance station. 2898 of the Flying Hedgehogs now trying to slow down Judgewit and My Favorite Team. My Favorite Team now putting some fuel into human players as they do their best to keep scoring. We are in the last 30 seconds, so both hubs are now activated. 326 to the Red Alliance as they try and go for an event high score. With 10 seconds remaining, we'll see if anyone lines up to hub. Climb, I should say. There are a few climbers I see bolted onto robots. Beavertronics machine 5970 helping getting the Judgewit machine out of the way as it was jammed up on the Blue Alliance side of the field. As we come to the end of the match, this is the end of qualification, match number 13. Let's see if we get some scores posted. No. Unfortunately, we have some more technical difficulties getting a score. As a reminder, unofficially, it was 359 red, 60 blue for the Red Alliance victory and an additional ranking point for getting that energized, possibly even the supercharged ranking point, but they may have been one fuel off on that one. We'll try and get you those official scores here shortly as our field technical advisors and other key volunteer staff work to repair the system and get it back up to full function. We're going to see if we get some scores up to you as we speak. And they're still running into some technical errors. We will continue to work through those. Just give us one moment, please. As we continue to have a few technical difficulties of getting the official score posted up on the screen, I do have the official score in front of my eyes. Qualification match number 13 was a victory for the Red Alliance, 359 to 60 blue. And with that, let's get ready for qualification match number 13.
Alrighty, we're gonna speed run these real quick. Let's meet the teams on the Red Alliance, starting off with team 9438.
That's Leopard Tech.
1595.
The Dragons.
And 4043.
You heard him, it's Nerd Herd.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 2915.
Pandemonium.
In the middle driver station, team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
And 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
Alrighty, let's get qualification 14 underway. Drivers behind the white lines. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 14 underway. Red Alliance human players taking the first spot of scoring. Dragons going to the neutral zone, grabbing some fuel. Not a lot of action on the blue side from the robots, but human players putting in a flurry of fuel. All three of them taking shots, hitting high accuracy scoring chances. 94-38 of Leopard Tech lined up, ready to go. Hopefully as soon as the teleoperator period begins. The Dragons machine went to that neutral zone. They got hung up on the red side bump, unfortunately, on not allowing them to score. But in doing so, it did give the Blue Alliance a chance for the advantage, and Dragons and Red Alliance now have the first active shift of the red hub. This is shift number 2 of 6 for the next 16 seconds. 46-62 trying to go over, move some fuel over to their alliance partners. Unfortunately, Pandemonium not scoring, though on the red side of the field, Dragons putting in a full hopper load of fuel into the red hub. Partners 40-43 Nerd Herd assisting them, putting in their full hopper as we transition over to the blue side of the field. 46-62 Bite Size and Lake Monsters doing what they can to try and move out of the defensive power plow, put in by Leopard Check. Pandemonium set up with some fuel in their hopper as well as they try and get in position. Heavy defense being played by that red machine there on the Blue Alliance side, preventing those fuel from being scored, as they would have gone in without the fuel scored in by Blue. As we transition back over to the Red Alliance, Dragons 1595 have a full load of fuel themselves as they work to score their full hopper. Nerd Herd, their alliance partners, scoring as well. Well, no defense being played by the Blue Alliance in the Alliance zone, though heavy defense is being played by the Blue Alliance in the neutral zone, trying to help move and put fuel into their Alliance partners. Pandemonium 2915 doing what they can to put fuel in, but that Leopard Tech machine is playing heavy defense, trying to prevent any scoring from the Blue Alliance, and it seems to be working quite well. 71 red, 20 blue with the remaining 40 seconds in this match. Pandemonium unmoving as they were lined up trying to score the few fuel they have in. Not much on their Blue Alliance side relative to the red. That sound means we have 30 seconds remaining. Both hubs are now activated. Dragons 1595 are lined up undefended, putting a full amount of fuel in, as well as some fuel going in from the Red Alliance human players. Defense being played by 4662 of Bite Size Robotics, taking a bite out of the scoring potential for the Red Alliance throughout this whole match as we come into the last 6 seconds. 118 red, 27 blue. Let's see if we can get some scores up there for you guys. And there we go. Red Alliance with the victory. 124 red, 27 blue. Dragons move up to 7th position. 4 ranking points scored by the Red Alliance. No ranking points by the Blue Alliance, allowing, unfortunately, for the 3 teams of the Red Alliance to go down. But upward movement there on the red side of the field.
Alrighty, let's take a look at the teams on the field in this match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have team 4513.
The Circuit Breakers, ranked number 3 currently.
In the middle driver station, we have team 957.
The Swarm.
And joining them on the red side of the field, we have team 2990.
Hot Wire.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have team 10444.
Ursa Major.
In the middle driver station, we have team 5975.
Beta Blues.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 1425.
Error code 0.
Alrighty, drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 15 underway. 45-13 machine of circuit breakers getting their first load of fuel, going to human player station, then scoring their second. Swarm and 2090 putting in fuel. Not to be outdone though. 1425, 1044, and 5975 all put in full hopper loads of fuel themselves, plus human players trying to do what they can to put in extra. Very, very tight match going into the teleoperated period. 41 red, 39 blue, meaning the Blue Alliance will have the first full activation of the hub. Hubs are both active for another 2 seconds, allowing both teams to score a little bit extra fuel. 1425 machine on that far side of the field. Grabbing a bunch of fuel, putting it in, grabbing all the fuel from the trench there and scoring it as well. 5975 machine the Beta Blues currently unmoving, though it's still got power out. Nope, they're still shooting some fuel themselves. Ursa Major doing what they can to help out their teammates. Error Code putting extra fuel into the Blue Alliance section. As the Red Alliance takes over, Swarm already putting in a load of fuel. Their teammates, 2990, Hotwire putting in another full load of fuel themselves, and 4513, all three red robots all scoring. Going back over to the neutral zone, 5975 is already in the blue side, stopping Hotwire though from getting the trench. That did slow them down by a few seconds, preventing them from getting that full cycle that they wanted to, as the red hub is disabled. Now that the blue is back active, 1425, a couple of seconds behind going into scoring, but one full load of fuel in themselves, helping keeping them in this match. This is 108-99, anyone's game. It's going to come down to this final 30 seconds, 14-25, bringing it ahead, scoring what they can. Extra score getting put in, 14-25, grabbing that last little bit before the end of the teleoperated period for Blues shift number 4. Shift 5 open, red starts it for another 20 seconds of uninterrupted scoring. Not much defense being played. I'd say that as 5975 comes in. Unfortunately, 957 Swarm's intake has been disabled. I did not catch a look of how that happened, but there's some robot debris on the field as they line up trying to score the field that they are able to. 30 seconds remaining, 167 red, 123 blue. It's still red in the advantage, but they have one robot down, one of their primary scorers. So can Ursa Majors climb right there or help them? Nope, they'll climb. Should say Beta Blues there's lined up score. 14-25, grabbing every bit of fuel it can as it tries to catch back up and claw within that 10-point deficit that those climbs that the Beta Blues will get it. It looks in the air to me. You hear the shouting from the crowd. That's very impressive at that machine as we come in. 188 red, 150 blue. Thumbs up from the head referee. Let's come and look at the results. It was a close one, but the Red Alliance with the victory. 189 red, 166 blue. The Red Alliance had a slight margin, but only 2 field difference coming out of auto. It could have been anyone's game there. Moving the teleoperated period, some penalty points and tower points helped keep it closer, but the Red Alliance was able to maintain a scoring advantage throughout the entirety of qualification match number 15. 45-13 moves up to our rank number 2. Everyone in the Red Alliance actually moves up. Blue Alliance still got that extra ranking point, helping them minimize any downward trajectory. In fact, 59-75, the Beta Blues moved up to 28th, up from their previous position, and 14-25 managed to maintain 8th position.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and meet the teams on the Red Alliance over here, starting with 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
In the middle driver station, we have team 7034.
To be determined.
And last but certainly not least, on this red side of the field, we have team 3574.
The High Techers.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have team 2550.
Skynet.
Joining them, we have team 3636.
Generals.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 9613.
Lions Bite.
Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 16 underway. High Techers not moving in auto as we speak. Their teammates X-Flare lined up, but no scoring. Blue side of the field, some human player score as well as some shots coming in from the 36-36 machine of the Generals and Skynet's 2550 robot. As we continue and finalize the rest of this autonomous period, 21 red, 11 blue, or 22 blue, 11 red, I should say, giving red the first shift of the teleoperated period. Fuel was nice and organized before as it comes flying towards the scorekeeper's table. Don't want to hit that E-stop button by accident like it has happened a couple of times this year already. High Techers now moving over and playing some some light defense, trying to more zone, keep Fuel away from the Blue Alliance. 9600 X-Flare and To Be Determined both got their first load of fuel unloaded, grabbing for some second. Generals trying their best to try and prevent that scoring of the Red Alliance. As we finish up the red side of the field, it goes over to blue. Blue hub is activated. You've got 2 blue robots set up, ready to go. 36-36 Generals and 96-13. Both lined up trying to score. 25-50 Skynet also got some more fuel into their hopper before they shoot more. Human players have a few extra fuel to score themselves and are doing their best to put it in. So these robots can be more accurate than their human counterparts. Moving back to the blue-red side of the field, shift number 4 is out active for red. 734 to be determined was already in position and got their first volley of fuel unloaded. 9600 X-Flare Robotics trying their best to play some counter defense, prevent their main scoring robot from being interfered with by the 2550 Skynet machine. Getting a few last fuel scored in before we go into the final minute of this match. Blue's hub is activated. General's machine looks like to be non-moving or jammed, stuck underneath the far side blue trench, where you got 2B determined 7034 trying to prevent some scoring from the 9613 machine, having some drivetrain troubles, it looks like, but they'll get it figured out. 2550 machine has a full hopper load of fuel moving over as they try and score in this last 30 seconds. So the Red Alliance not waiting for a second. As soon as their hub became active again, 2B determined and X-Flare both working to score as much fuel as possible in the middle. Not to be forgotten about, high-techers have done an admirable job of trying to move this fuel into the Red Alliance zone, giving their alliance partners a shorter distance between cycles to grab more fuel and score it in. This game is not won alone. It must be happened with partners. Let's look to the screen, see what the results show. It's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance 124, Blue Alliance 34. Blue had the advantage going out of the autonomous period by actually double 11 fuel, but consistent scoring from the 7034, 9600, and 3574 machine allowed the Red Alliance to come back from behind victory, get that energized RP for 4 ranking points, and come out with the win of qualification match number 16.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams over here on the Red Alliance, starting off with team 4043.
The Nerd Herd.
Joining them is team 5937.
My Robotics.
And over on the audience side of the field, we have team 2471.
Piloting Syphilis. It's Team Mean Machine.
Let's take a look over here at the Blue Alliance, starting off with team 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Joining them is team 9438.
Leopard Tech.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
Alrighty, drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 17 underway. It's an autonomous battle between the Flaming Chickens, our rank number 1, and Team Mean Machine, our current rank number 3. Unfortunately, Mean Machine seems to have gotten stuck on the neutral zone fuel, though their alliance partners, 5937 of MI Robotics, just putting fuel away consistently in their autonomous resume, keeping them in this match. They're down by a little bit, but there's two high-powered offensive machines in the Red Alliance. Their teammates Nerd Herd immediately go to get the Mean Machine back off of the fuel in the neutral zone and starts going in. Red Alliance has the first active period. MI Robotics, their moving shooter, turreted shooter, I should say, is already going and moving that corner, trying to score as much fuel as possible. 9438 of Leopard Tech doing what they can to try and slow down both offensive machines. Mean Machine grabbing fuel out of the center hub there before going back into the Alliance zone shortly. They only have a couple of seconds left, or we'll have to wait until the next activation period, and they do. Blue 1540 Chicken Machine already putting in fuel, but Red Alliance Nerd Herd knew that was about to happen and doing their best to try and slow down any of the score being put in by the Chickens. And they're doing an admirable job, both Mean Machine and Nerd Herd doing everything they can to prevent the Chickens Machine from shooting. It seems to be if you just push them in the corner, nothing happens. But if they're able to hit the Chickens Machine and move it and rotate it, their turret has a lesser chance of scoring. Chickens were stuck on the blue hub or bump there, but Mean Machine helped out to try and move them out of the way. Red Alliance hub is now activated. You've got two Red Alliance robots scoring everything they can, and two blue defense robots doing what they can to slow them down. Mean Machine having all the scoring potential it can, while MI Robotics is jammed up on their barge by a little bit as they try and move back over to the blue side of the field. No defense being played immediately that I can see as I say that. Both Nerd Herd and 2471 Mean Machine both trying to slow down the Flaming Chickens Machine as much as possible. Chickens utilizing their tower to try and provide a bit of a defensive structure, though Nerd Herd has actually stopped them from going out the way they wanted to through that trench, and Mean Machine is doing the other way. Two bots doing everything they can as we come into the final 25 seconds. 93 red, 187 blue. Good defensive effort by the Red Alliance. But that firepower of the Flaming Chickens seems insurmountable for this match alone. 102 red means they do have the energized RP, allowing them to gain that extra ranking point as we come to the conclusion, and a bunch of extra fuel going in by all three red robots before the end. Couple of fuel flown out by the MI Robotics machine. Final match results will be up. It's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 108, or Red Alliance 108, Blue Alliance 220. Blue had the advantage in the autonomous period and maintained that advantage throughout the duration of teleoperated, additional to a few teleop points. Can't move any higher than number 1 for chickens, but help their alliance partners both move up. Mean Machine still maintains the number 7 overall position with that extra ranking point.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams in this next match. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 44.
It's Shockwave.
In the middle driver station, we have Team 847.
Fred.
And last but not least, we have Team 5975.
The Beta Blues, piloting Ruth Vader Vinsberg.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have Team 1425.
Error code 0.
Joining them, we have Team 3663.
CPR.
And finally, we have Team 4662.
Bite-sized robotics.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 18 underway, 44.88 on the red side grabbing fuel, but 14.25 machine was a bit quicker grabbing theirs as they get the first robotic volley. 46.62 has got their 8 pre-hubs already scored. Human players on both sides scoring fuel as best they can. 14.25 goes around to grab some extra fuel. So does 44.88 machine. They're lined up with a full hopper load ready to go for the first 5 seconds, for their 10 seconds where both hubs are activated before the Blue Alliance will lose access theirs as they were advantaged. 43 blue to 19 red. Big volleys coming from the 44.88 machine. 59.75 the Beta Blues putting in their single shots, but high accuracy single shots by my eye. 46.62 machine almost gets high centered on some fuel, but they managed to drive out of it. Good job on 4488's machine to grab fuel in a full hopper load and line up as they try and put in a full hopper load themselves with that triple wide shooter. It can output a large volume of fuel at once, allowing them to minimize the time they need to be lined up perfectly without a turret. 3663 CPR and 1425 Ericold both lining up and doing similar shooting styles with 1425 to 4488. With a 2-wide hopper, they have to be stationary when shooting, but it allows twice the throughput, allowing them to maximize the amount of fuel they can score in that final few seconds. As we switch back over to red, 4488's already in position scoring. Beta Blues themselves also lined up, grabbing some fuel before they start scoring. Defense trying to be played by the 4662 bite-sized robotics machine to slow down as the Blue Alliance is actually taken over 134 to 69. As we finish in the last minute of this match, it'll switch back over to the Blue Alliance any second now with 3 seconds left. The Red Alliance hub flashing. No defense being played over in the Blue Alliance, allowing Blue to shoot uninterruptedly. Both 3663 CPR and 1425 effective shooting machines as they're doing their best to score and put some extra fuel into the human players, letting them put a couple of extra shots in. 1425 doing what they can. CPR doing what, moving through the underneath the tower, allowing them to get the fuel that was stored behind there. With 30 seconds remaining, Blue has put in a large amount of fuel, but they're actually limited of fuel on their side, whereas the Red Alliance has lots of available fuel. Some kind of taper debris on the field right now, maybe stopping the Red Alliance robot, and I see some other rollers hanging out, not a lot of movement on the red side. As I say that, Beta Blues is able to get up in the air. They've had near 100% success rate at this competition. Those extra 10 points can come critical as the competition gets stiffer and matches get closer. 254 Blue, 88 Red. Let's look at the field. And it's the Blue Alliance. 254 Blue, 98 Red. Blue Alliance had the advantage going out of the teleoperated period, 43 to 16, and then maintained that. 211 fuel scored in by all three of those robots. CPR maintains third, 1425 and 4662 both move up. Over the red side of the field, not a lot of movement. Shockwave has moved down a couple of spots, but nothing minimal as we are still early in this qualification match. 4 ranking points for Blue and none for Red.
All right, let's meet the teams coming up in this next match. Starting off in the Red Alliance, we have team 3574.
The High Techers.
Joining them on the red side of the field is team 4513.
Your current rank number 2, the Circuit Breakers.
And last but not least on the Red Alliance, we have team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have team 3024.
My favorite team.
In the middle driver station, we have team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 6343.
Steel Ridge. As a reminder, everyone, at the end of qualifications for this evening, we will have the alumni photo. Please come hang out with all the alumni, get that photo taken, and chat about old stories as we leave the venue. But remember, end of qualifications for tonight, that'll be the alumni photo.
Alrighty, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 19 underway. 45-13 got some fuel in. They're using their standard auto where they shoot, grab some fuel from the human player, shoot some more. Ursa Major doing a bit of a rock and force motion to help get all the fuel scored that they can, and every fuel is out of their robot beforehand. Good programming on their part. Human players on the blue side of the field scoring, as well as the 63-43 machine and their alliance partners. Blue has a slight deficit to overcome, but it's only 5 fuel difference, which is absolutely nothing. 35-74 made it to the field just in time as they're doing their best to try and help their teammates. Glad to see them make it, as every robot is going to be necessary in order to get the robots and winning Alliance for Red, as they do have still the advantage going into the teleoperated period, the minute remaining. My favorite team, 30-24, has been scoring an auto, but unfortunately they're stuck on a bunch of fuel right now. Drivers doing what they can to get off, and they almost have it off of themselves. No scoring on the blue side of the field. We transition back over to red. 45-13 of Circuit Breakers, putting some fuel in. Ursa Major trying to grab some fuel, line up, and take over the primary scoring duties of their Red Alliance, doing everything correctly. They have a bit of damage on their intake, as I can see, but not affecting them from shorting fuel as much as possible. With 6 seconds remaining, 36 red, 20 blue. Unfortunately, 30-24 is currently stuck on the robot, but man, is it a beautiful looking sign as we've been making across. High Techers grabbing some more fuel, that extra wide robot going back to 08 width right there, almost 38 inches wide. Grabbing fuel and moving it to the Red Alliance zone, giving their Alliance partners as much ability to score as possible. 45-13 of the Circuit Breakers grabbing fuel and moving what they can. Not a lot of movement coming out of the 63-43 machine of Steel Ridge, though I do see blinking lights flashing, so we'll see if they can get moving again. 10-44 scoring, 45-13 also. With no defense in play, they can easily line up, grab what they need, put fuel in it at will. As we transition back over here, the last 30 seconds, both hubs are activated. Human players from 45-13 feeding them, allowing them to take over when their intake had some issues. No scoring over on the blue side of the field. All 3 drive teams just looking at each other, having mechanical issues. But that's just one match. This game is not 1-1 match, but over a whole tournament weekend. So we will see the Blue Alliance back in full force and no problem. Red Alliance trying to help get these human players as much fuel as we can. Count down to the end of the match. 58 red, 20 blue. Let's see the scores. It's the Red Alliance. 60 red, 20 blue. Low scoring but high competition match right there. 19-14 in auto. Red Alliance had a slight victory. They managed to maintain that victory through some expert shooting from the 45-13 machine and Ursa Major, 10-04-44. And then moving actually over to the human players of their alliance to help them as their intakes had some issues. Good adaption of the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, Blue Alliance had some mechanical issues from all three of them and weren't able to move the last little bit of the match, explaining the slightly higher deficit in score than the autonomous period would have suggested. 3 ranking points for red, 0 for blue.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams in this next match. Starting off in the Red Alliance, we have team 957.
The Swarm.
Joining them on the red side of the field is team 3673.
Cyborg Seagulls.
Also joining them, we have team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
And as we make our way over to the Blue Alliance, we're going to start off with team 9613.
Lions Bite.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 2915.
Pandemonium.
Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 20 underway. Swarm 957 going to the field, grabs the fuel. Their alliance partners. Jesuit Robotics grabs fuel from the human player before they're scoring. Allowing a full hopper load of fuel themselves, putting in 2 full loads. Over on the blue side of the field, human players making some scoring. Other than that, not a ton of movement from the blue robots, but they all start now with full loads of fuel themselves, allowing for rapid scoring in this first few seconds. They also get the first 30 seconds to start scoring before we transition over to the red side. As they do that, red field is working where they can to move as much of the fuel from the neutral zone over to this red alliance side. Swarm using a grab, fill their hopper, then shoot with their while their partner partners 2374 utilizing more of a push it to the end wall and then scoop it all the way down, beating a bunch of the human players, allowing them to start scoring, which should be in the next 2 seconds. As you see, the blue hub is starting to flash. Red is now activated. Swarm already in position, scoring what they can. Jesuit also getting their hopper figured out in their feeder system as they're scoring as much as possible as well. 1 full load themselves. Chausley trying to go for 2 full loads before the end of this first period. No defense being played over on the blue side of the field. 36-73, the Cyborg Seagulls staying in this neutral zone, keeping the field away from the blue alliance side and moving it back towards their alliance partners as we transition back over to blue for shift number 4. X-Flare grabbing fuel, trying to maybe move to the human player station and line up themselves as their shooter is flying way farther out of the way, hitting our referees as we speak, but there's no penalty for doing that. Unintentionally, that is. Their alliance partners, Pandemonium, go. Their shooter's not working very well. So fuel goes all the way out into the stands. These robots do have some very powerful shooters as they keep trying to shoot more and more fuel out from that X-Flare machine. 2374 of Jesuit, unfortunately, non-functioning right now as the fuel is moving, as well as the Swarm machine. I don't see them over on the red side of the field as they just move back over. It looks like they might have been stuck on the far side hub. A little behind getting in as we finish the last 30 seconds. Swarm 957 grabbing a bunch of fuel from their human player station, giving it to the human players and scoring themselves. Judgment machine back up and running, and with no fear goes straight over the bump, but unfortunately gets jammed up themselves again. But they say maybe try and get unstuck. Luckily for them, they're already up 165-19. As we finish up the last 3 seconds of this match, some last-minute shots coming from the Blue Alliance human player station. Ooh, in and out. We might have a valid climb out of the Pandemonium machine here on Blue. We will wait to see the final results, which are ready for us now. We will push it straight. And it's the Red Alliance. 170 red, 31 blue. You will see they had the advantage going into the teleop period, 40-3, 130-13. Couple of penalty points irrelevant to the score. They were able to get 4 ranking points, allowing 957 and 2374 to maintain the positions. There was that last minute climb out of 2915, helping to boost the Blue Alliance score, but unfortunately they all moved down in the rankings.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams coming up in this next match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7034.
To be determined.
Joining them in the middle driver station is Team 2550.
Skynet.
And in the third position on the red side of the field, we have Team 5970.
Beepertronics.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have Team 1595.
The Dragons.
Joining them in the middle driver station is Team 6831.
AO5 Annex.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Drivers, let's get behind the lines and let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 21 underway. 734 and 6696 to be determined. Cardinal Dynamics both going to the field to grab as much as they can. 1595 Dragons had a bit of a stutter. Looks like they've been rubbing up against the to be determined robot, but their autonomous mode to accomplish that and was able to adapt as they go in and score all the fuel that they've had from the neutral zone. Red side of the field managed to get 2 hopper loads in from 734, 2550, and some human players scoring fully as well. 734 shooting the remainder of the hopper that they grabbed from the second half of their autonomous mode where they grabbed extra fuel. Not to be outdone, though, the machine of 6696 and 1595 doing everything they can to grab fuel and score it. Cardinal Dynamics and the Dragons both putting in full loads of fuel before it happened. Red Alliance, not a lot of scoring going on right now, but they both have 2 full hoppers out of 2550 and to be determined, putting all the fuel they can in the last few seconds, bringing them actually up by 20 points as the Blue Alliance to go straight into scoring. Cardinal had some no defense being played against them as a bunch of fuels getting shooting all the way over the field from the Dragons as it goes all the way over and helping out the red side of the field, some of it leaving. Cardinal Dynamics likes to go over by the human player station with a bunch of fuel, is able to score it in. Dragons lined up right in front of the hub as they get the last few fuels from the blue hub as red takes over an activated period. 734 to be determined put in a hopper load. Unfortunately, it was a little off angle and was short as they looked to may have a little bit of damage as there's quite a bit of flexing going on one of their cameras, potentially affecting the accuracy of their shots. So the second volley goes in with all a hit. That signature move of 2550 shooting the fuel fully in the air, 12, 13, 14 feet before it comes back down. That's helping them put in a steady stream of fuel on their line shifts. Cardinal Dynamics, Dragons, both no defense being playing, scoring at will, grabbing their first hopper loads themselves and going back to the corners of their alliance stations and grabbing more fuel. 2550 doing what they can to help their alliance partners with a full load themselves. To be determined grabbing as much as they can as they take their shift right now. Last 30 seconds, both hubs are activated. It's a signature sound from 2550 as well, if you can hear it from the field side like I am. That machine field puts in very accurate shots. It may not be the fastest scoring robot on this whole field, but it is one of the most accurate, and every shot that goes in scores. They now line up to try and get their extra 10-point climb. 180 blue, 36 red, 138 red, I should say, as both 66, 96, and 38 try to score. 2050 just missed out on their climb. Unofficial, 203 blue, 139 red. We'll wait for the head referees to give us the final score. We've got the thumbs up. We're about to show the scores as we speak. Here we go. It's the Blue Alliance. 205 blue, 139 red. Fuel scored on blue. They had the advantage going into tally up. Extra penalty points helping boost their score, but irrelevant to the outcome of it. Blue Alliance won it on their own. 4 ranking points for blue, 1 for red, help mitigating any losses and allowing 5970, in fact, to move up in the overall score.
Alrighty, let's start off with the Red Alliance and meet the teams. Starting off with team 2990.
Hot Wire.
Joining them on the red side of the field is team 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Also joining them, we have team 5937.
MI Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have team 3636.
Generals.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
And last but certainly not least is team 3024.
My favorite team.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 22 underway. Our current number 1 overall seed, 1540 Chasing Chickens. Standardized auto for them at this point. Grabbing some fuel from the neutral zone, scoring, grabbing some more fuel, scoring some more. Moving around, trying to maximize all the scoring they can. They even try and move, advance more, and go into the alliance wall and grab the fuel up against there. 45-ish fuel going into the teleoperated period. Let's see if they can grab a few more. No, they go. We had a field fault. Something broke on the field here, and our head referee wisely chose to stop the match instead of having further damage. Okay, we are going to reset and replay. Drive teams, let's get out there, reset the field, and we're going to replay it as we speak. We're not going to go on. Give us a couple of minutes to get this field reset. We'll get right back out there. Our amazing field staff is already going to work making the repair. It'll be done before the fields can get out there and get this field cleaned up.
All right, let's give this a second attempt. Thank you to our field crew for getting our field back together. And let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 22 rerun underway. Same autonomous modes as before. The Red Alliance chickens going for scoring a bunch of fuel. That's what they're doing. Their alliance partners, Robotics, going fuel, then going into the human player space, getting more in. Red's blue side of the field, not too much happening, but they are once again positioned, ready to score as soon as their teleoperator period hand starts up. My favorite team, 30-24, lined up, start scoring. 36-36, Generals also lined up as they end up grabbing a bit more fuel. Generals shooting a little too low to score. Red was able to score a few extra fuel into their hub before the tools zone auction was open for the first 10 seconds. I should say, Bite-Size Robotics locking off that red side trench, preventing 2990 Hotwire from going where they wanted to. MI Robotics and Flaming Chickens all located on the red side of the field, and Hotwire, all three of them trying to score 2 at a time, helping to prevent too much fuel from going in. It is 3 separate rainbows, a triple rainbow, you may say, of fuel scoring into the red hub. Almost all of it going in, bringing the score already 160 points in, climbing as they got 7 more seconds. Some defense from the Generals finally coming up to try and slow down, but the damage was done in this first shift, 192. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance taking back over. Human players making some shots over, trying to score. Generals in line, as well as my favorite team. They're also scoring, but coming up just a tiny bit underpowered on those few fuel shots they had. 1540 and 2990, both working to put fuel into the Red Alliance zone. 2990 having full loads of the hopper. As we transition back over, you have 2 red robots ready to go, and the third one ready to go. Generals trying to slow them down with a little bit of defense, but it is not fully effective. You can't shut down all 3 robots from scoring. When all 3 robots are allowed to score, a couple of Blue Alliance penalty flags waving from our head referee. Bit of a slowdown in scoring there as robots reload and get ready to put in the final little bit. 260 fuel in. They already have their energized ranking point. They are going for the supercharged ranking point if possible. Ooh, 2990's intake bends out of position, but it looks to be designed so robustly that it can take that kind of damage and go right back to working. Both hubs activated in the last 30 seconds. They need 60 more fuel on the red side of the field in order to get that third or second extra ranking point, bring up to 5 for the first time to happen at this event. Blue side of the field, they got to hang on the Generals. 36-36, already hanging, waiting, getting those extra 10 points, trying to help out their maximum score. 338 red, 7 blue. Score. And it's the Red Alliance with the victory in this one. 341 red, 7 blue. Red may have had the advantage throughout the whole time. 66 points out of 255 fuel, allowing them to get that 4th energized ranking point. Blue Alliance, not too much scoring, but it does show what happens when defense is scoring. That first shift, Red put in over half of the points. They scored the entire match without any defense. The moment that the Generals and my favorite team, 30-24, both showed up, and Bite Size 46-62 to slow down that Red Alliance, it minimized the scoring potential for the Red, preventing them from getting that extra ranking point of energized.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams coming up in this next match. Starting off in the Red Alliance, your event host is Team 1425.
Error code 0.
Joining them in the middle driver station is Team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
And last but not least on the Red Alliance, we have Team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
And over on the blue side of the field, starting off, we have Team 3574.
The High Techers.
Joining them in the middle driver station is Team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 9438.
Leopard Tech.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 23 now underway. Autonomous battle between 1425 and Error Code 0. Oh, I should say Mean Machine as they're putting in high fuel. The human players putting in fuel on both sides as well. Mean Machine goes back for his second volley. So does Error Code. See what they can do. 26 blue. It's hard to say. This fuel coming in so fast. Who came out victorious? The Blue Alliance managed to come out ahead, about 10, 11 fuel ahead of Red, which we have found in this game is not very much. High Techers doing what they can to try and move fuel over to the Blue Alliance side, preventing it from coming over to Red. Red Hub is now activated. 63 blue, 40. They're down by 23 fuel on the Blue Alliance or on the Red Alliance. Some defense there being played by the Leopard Tech machine, trying to slow them down. It's going to take Error Code versus Me Machine for the two primary scorers, but don't count out their alliance partners, Lake Monsters or X-Force, X-Flare, I should say, as they come back in within Sex Fuel. Me Machine already in line, ready, trying to do everything they can. High Techers going high flying across the blue side bump as they're moving over X-Flare over the red side, preventing Mean Machine from utilizing that side of the field that they prefer, as that's where the driver station are giving the highest vision possible. 1425 also over on the blue side. Looks like they might have just sustained some damage, preventing them from scoring as they're now playing defense. There's no scoring on the red side of the field apart from booming fuel from Lake Monsters over into the human player station as they use the human player station to load the Lake Monsters machine back up. We haven't seen that tactic used outside of autonomous mode yet this way. Mean Machine trying to play some defense against them, and it seems to be effective. 1425 doing what they can. Let's see if their intake is working. It does look like it is slightly bent up, but they may be able to still intake some fuel or potentially utilize the human player station as their teammates Lake Monsters also did. Blue Hub active, no scoring going on as it's a defensive battle between High Techers 1425 error code, X-Flare, and the 9438 of Leopard Tech. As we go in the last 30 seconds, 92 blue, 60 red, 30 fuel behind. Not a lot of scoring from any of the robots on this field. They might have taken damage or had an issue. Bee Machine moving around, but it looks like they may have a problem with one of their swerve modules as it is vibrating up and down, doing everything they can to try and get some extra fuel scored in. Lake Monsters do have some fuel in their hub as they're trying to move it to their human player station and have human players scored, and it's an extra one ball in. 107 blue, 62 red unofficial, waiting for the final score from a head referee. We've got the thumbs up. Here comes our scores. And it's the Blue Alliance. 117 blue, 63 red. Blue maintained the victory going out of autonomous mode and kept it all the way through to tally up, as well as some tower points and a few penalties, but did not manage to get that fourth ranking point, explaining why there wasn't very much upward movement from the Blue Alliance side. Red Alliance all downwards arrows, unfortunately.
Qualification 24 coming up here. Let's meet the teams who are going to be competing in it. Starting off with team 6831.
AO5 Annex.
Joining them in the middle driver's station is team 4043.
The Nerd Herd.
Also joining them on the red side of the field is team 2550.
It's Skynet.
And over on the blue side of the field, we have team 4513.
The Circuit Breakers.
Joining them in the middle driver's station is team 44.
Shockwave.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 5970.
Beavertronics.
Drivers, take a step behind those lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 24 is underway. 4488 going to grab some fuel out of the neutral zone before scoring. They're still having a couple of issues getting all the fuel going immediately, but as soon as that fuel starts rotating through that machine, it managed to get all that fuel out of its hopper in a few seconds. 2550 with their customary high-flying shot as they were able to score all the fuel in their hopper for their alliance. 1032 to the Blue Alliance going ahead. Red will have the first open shift as Blue's hub is deactivating. 4480 getting a few extra fuel scored in before they begin. Red starts to go. Nerd Herd machine lined up. It's scoring, as well as the 2550 machine out of 2550 Skynet. They are lined up trying to score with their machine. It's moving fuel in itself. They need to do a little jiggling, try and get that fuel to move a bit faster through the machine, as high throughput is critical to high level success at this level of competition. 4488 machine is currently unmoving in front of the hub as they've been in the past. I see their drivers working on fixing any of the issues they have. Lights are still on, and they are back up and moving. A couple of penalties, flags are flying, but they are back up. Unfortunately, they're unable to go under that trench as their climber has extended. There they go. They bring it back underneath. Back under. Looks like they missed out on a cycle. They got a few fuel scored in. Nope. Unfortunately, not much fuel scored on the Blue Alliance, giving a chance for the Red Alliance to come back. 4043 and 2550 both lining up, trying to score as much fuel as possible. 2550 grabbing fuel and giving it to human players to help upsell their scoring as they come within about 6 balls. They will likely be able to overtake the Blue Alliance as we go into shift number 5, where Blue will have 30 seconds. There it is. 4488's machine's already firing through the air. Their first hopper load is unloaded as they double their score of their 20-30 fuel coming in. 68-31 preventing, trying to rob some of that fuel from the Blue Alliance side. No defense being played by much teams either way in the Alliance zone, though there is defense being played out in the neutral zone as teams are doing their because Beavertronics out there with their parallel intake with an extra protected shield trying to shoot fuel over into the Blue Alliance zone. 30 seconds remain. Both alliances are activated. 30 fuel separate the Red and Blue Alliance. Both Blue and Red do have climbers, so they could nullify each other out, or that difference could be the deciding factor. 2550 has shot their hopper fuel as they now line up, lift their climber, try and climb. We'll see if Shockwave does the same, or if they continue to try and score extra fuel themselves. 68-31 of AO5 Annex did their job playing as much defense and fuel moving as possible as they move back over to the red side of the field. 2550 got their climber set, but I don't see it in the air, unfortunately. 110 Blue, 82 Red. I've got a thumbs up from the head referee, so we'll push it to the screen. And it's the Blue Alliance. 85 Red, 112 Blue. Blue Alliance had the victory coming out of auto, as it tends to be. When you win in auto, you win the match overall. Bunch of penalty points on the Red Alliance going towards, or from the Blue Alliance going to the Red Alliance, but still undeciding the overall match of the whole thing. 4 breaking points for the Blue Alliance. 45-13 managed to move up, as well as their alliance partners, 4488 and 5970.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams who are going to be up in this next match. Starting off in the Red Alliance, we have Team 104-44.
Ursa Major.
Joining them in the middle of the field is Team 36-36.
The Generals.
Also joining them on the red side of the field is Team 847.
Fred.
And coming over here to the blue side of the field, we start off with Team 2915.
Piloting Fossil, it's Pandemonium.
Joining them is Team 957.
It's the Swarm.
And last, but certainly not least, sorry Kyle, is Team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 25 underway. 847 Fred Machine lining up, and their teammates Ursa Major using that rocking fourth motion, helping to get all the fuel out of the 8 preloads into it. Most of those went in for the Red Alliance. They start counting human players as well. Blue side of the field has a volley of fuel, unfortunately, there for the Fred Machine, or 955 Swarm Machine, both yellow robots. They were a little off angle, and they shot all their fuel load that they collected into the neutral zone, so they'll have to go re-grab that. But quick adjustment for the remaining fuel in that machine. Pandemonium lining up, seeing if they can get their fuel scored. 60s. Red now takes over as it's a 29-7 to blue advantage with 2 minutes remaining. Red Alliance 36-66 Generals and Fred Machine. Fred, unfortunately, shooting a little too high and far as all the fuel they've shot has went up and over out of the way. Ursa Major grabbing some fuel themselves, trying to help them out. Generals Machine playing some heavy defense, actually stopping the 66-96 Cardinal Dynamics and 29-15 Pandemonium from scoring. But Swarm Machine not to be outdone by their teammates, Cardinal Dynamics. Both robots unload full hopper loads of fuel, 76-9. As the remaining 15 seconds, Cardinal has their second full load of fuel in their hopper, and they get most of it in. Swarm lining up themselves, but General's there to try and slow them down, prevent any fuel from being scored. It managed to slow down one of the robots. Swarm did not get the fuel score that they wanted. Fred Machine shooting what it can as it tries to adjust on the fly, and some of that fuel is bouncing off the rear netting there and going in, as well as a couple of rim dingers going in themselves. Human players trying to help as much as possible. Cardinal Dynamics grabbing fuel out of the neutral zone, moving it as fast as they can into the blue alliance zone in preparation, though General's already there to go and stop them. Cardinal Dynamics likes to try and shoot from there, but it's a bit of a pushing match, and they were unable to push them back through the trench like they wanted to. Swarm doing what it can. 95 Pandemonium. Looks like they might be already lining up for a climb as their climber is activated. Swarm Machine not being defended by Ursa Major is what they're trying to keep them away from the trench like they want to in preparation of the final 30 seconds and storm them out. Swarm Machine once again shooting not accurately into the hub, but back in the neutral zone. Pandemonium Machine is climbing slowly. I see daylight under those wheels already. So there's an additional 10 points for the Blue Alliance. Red Machine doing what they can, moving out the human player. The Fred Machine scoring fuel what it can. Cardinal Dynamics Machine shooting a little high and wide, though the second volley they put in goes in. Swarm shooting a little to the left, but some of the fuel is going in. We've got 3 seconds remaining. What will the final tally be for both alliances? We will find out shortly. Let's see what the Formula One machine shows us. It's the Blue Alliance. 229 blue, 21 red. Blue Alliance had the advantage going through the autonomous period all the way through. A bunch of penalties assigned from the red to the blue, but once again, non-important to the overall score. 4 ranking points, allowing all upwards movement for the Blue Alliance. Swarm moves up to the number 5th overall seed. Red stays where they are, 31. The other twos move down a little bit still. Great match for qualification match 25.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams who are going to be in this next match. Starting up on the Red Alliance, we have team 1595.
The Dragons.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 9613.
Lions Bite.
Wow, it's like I-5 traffic over here. And last but certainly not least on the Red Alliance, we have team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
And over on the blue side of the field, we have team 5975.
The Beta Blues.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 3673.
The Cyborg Seagulls.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 7034.
To be determined.
Alrighty, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 26 underway. To be determined. First to the neutral zone, not to be outdone though. Dragons 1595 machine grabbed a loaded field. Unfortunately, they seem to have misjudged their distance on the field and went straight into that support structure of the trench. Human players, though, on both sides scoring as much fuel as possible, giving the Blue Alliance the advantage with some human robot action as well. Cyborg Seagulls got all but one of their fuel unload, which was the reason they were able to come and through with the advantage going into the teleoperator turret. To be determined, grabbing a bunch of fuel. Huge pushes from Cyborg Seagulls and Beta Blues and a teammate action right there. Choreographed to get as much of that fuel moved over to the Blue Alliance side as possible. To be determined, once again pushing it all the way to the edge and then swarming it into their Blue Alliance side. Fuel not to be outdone though. 2898 Flying Hedgehogs and the 1595 machine. Dragons were able to get a volley of fuel and score on their side. Blue takes over human players first to score for them as Beta Blues is lining up, trying to get its fuel scored, and it's going in, trickling in one by one, but high accuracy out of that squad's machine. Cyborg Ski-Bulls with their 2x2 shooter shooting a little over, but some of them are still going in. To be determined, trying to get a load of fuel loaded into their hopper or give it to the human players as much as possible. Keeping the advantage, 41-32 Red, but Red has a chance to come back ahead. Dragon's machine needs to get a large load of fuel as they've shown in the past they're able to do, but they're also moving some to the human player as possible. Flying Hedgehog machine trying to slow down some of the defense being played by the Blue Alliance. To be determined, moving fuel all the way down from the red side of the field. Once again, trying to show that starvation strategy of keeping the fuel on your side, giving you the opportunity to score. More fuel coming out of the Bale Blues machine, turning into be the primary scoring option for the Blue Alliance as they consistently are able to put in one or two hopper loads of fuel the entire match. It's 734 to be determined also with one hopper load. They weren't able last match, but they are this time. Got their machine back up and running. Cyborg Seagulls taking a penalty by getting a fuel loaded directly into their machine from the Blue Hub. Coming last 30 seconds, 70 Blue, 39 Red. Will the Red Alliance be able to come back for the victory, or will the Blue Alliance be able to maintain? With that volley from 734, they are trying to seal the deal and not give any opportunity for the Red Alliance to come back, as is the Blue Alliance's job to win this match. 6 seconds remaining in this match, 40 Red, 87 Blue. Last I've got the scores for you, and it's the Blue Alliance. 103 Blue, 40 Red. Blue Alliance had the victory out of the autonomous period and maintained that victory throughout. 734 to be determined moves up to number 9 overall seed. 1595 moves out of the top 8. They were 4th overall. Now they're down to 10th with that defeat. All movement up on the right side of the field, all downward movement on the left. Shows how important those energized ranking points are. Even if you do not have the victory, your downward slide in the rankings is exacerbated by not maintaining those extra ranking points.
Alrighty, let's take a look at who is coming up next in this qualification match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have team 2374.
That's Jesuit Robotics.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 6343.
Steel Ridge.
Also joining them on the red side of the field is team 9438.
It's Leopard Tech.
And making our way over to the Blue Alliance. If I could sneak past everyone. Starting off the Blue Alliance, we have team 3663.
Cedar Park Robotics.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 2990.
Hot Wire.
And last but certainly not least is team 4043.
Nerd Herd.
Alrighty, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, trying again in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 27 underway. Judgment Machine goes straight to the human floater station, grab fuel, while the middle side of the field for Blue Alliance, CPR is stuck on some fuel, while their Alliance partners, 29 Hotwire, grabbed a load and then went straight back. Cedar CPR Machine managed autonomously to get all the way back. Very impressive feat that they managed to have that kind of delay and still make it back to where they wanted to shoot from. Nerd Herd Machine has their 8 preloads, see what they can do to try and help move and help their team. Oh no, CPR already taken out as balls come flying towards the GA here, NRMC, as he was taken out by a couple of fuel there. He's all right. 36-63 CPR Machine still stuck on some fuel, but they got off rapidly. 23-74 Judgment Machine playing some heavy defense. Not a lot of scoring on both sides. This is a defensive heavy match. CPR managed to get some fuel moving. No movement, no lights out of the Leopard Tech 9438 machine, so it is dead, unfortunately. We'll have to go and diagnose later with our field technical advisors of what's wrong. Scoring there out of Jesuit's machine from the near side corner as they're doing their best to prevent it. But Nerd Herd Machine playing heavy defense, trying to score. Steel Ridge, though, it was undefended, managed to get its full hopper unloaded as it moves back to try and put more fuel into the human player, give them scoring chances. Blue Alliance now has a CPR machine fully working. They're able to get a full load of hopper off to the hot wire machine, see if they can get some fuel moving, but might have some jamming issues in the transition because they have plenty of fuel in their hopper. CPR also scoring from afar. They have to come back, but they're able to do it. That kind of scoring throughput, should be able to see them make the comeback as they are actually ahead going into the last minute. Judgment Machine has to take advantage of scoring. Good defense by Steel Ridge to prevent Nerd Herd's 40-43 machine from scoring. though they are currently non-functioning themselves. We'll have to see what happens there. Their drive team is looking. Unfortunately, they don't seem to have any connection to their robot anymore, leaving the Red Alliance to score some. They are up 30, 57, 38. It's going to come down to how fast can CPR put in fuel. Though, unfortunately, the Red Machine of 63, 43, and 23, 74 are not going to give them that option. We are 670, 51. It's going to come down to a 2v1 plus some human player action, putting in fuel themselves, doing everything they can to score. Remember, Judswood 2374 is our current rank number 7. We'll see what they can do. 2090 Hotwire still trying to see if they can get some scoring done. Human players doing what they can. 70, 85 is what no, 83, 69. My bad. I misread the count up there. The unofficial score. We will see what the final score is shortly. To go. This tightly fought contest goes to the Red Alliance. It may have been a 2v3, but the Red Alliance was up for that task. Unfortunately, they lost a robot of Leopard Tech, but 85, 70, 15 fuel is the separating difference there. 7 fuel and auto, they managed to come up. The remainder of that came in the tele-operated period, giving the Red Alliance the victory. This one 3 ranking points. 2374 maintains 7th position. Their partners Steel Ridge do manage to go up to 27th, while Leopard Tech also holds 16th. CPR moves down to 5th, all downward trends on the Blue Alliance. If you'd like, once again, detailed match score information, you can scan that QR code, and that'll take you directly to match 27.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams coming up in this next match. We have team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
Joining them is team 4513.
Your current rank number 2, it's the Circuit Breakers.
Also on the red side of the field, we have team 3636.
The Generals.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have team 3024.
My favorite team.
Joining them on the blue side of the field is team 2915.
Pandemonium.
And last but certainly not least is team 44.
Shockwave.
Drivers, go ahead and take a step behind those white lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 28 underway, starting it off 45-13. Circuit Breakers piloting Mode X get the first volley into the hopper. Not to be outdone, the Blue Alliance 4488 machine with its unfortunately a little out of angle. They tend to be quite bursty in the way they score, but with a triple wide shooter, you can take advantage of that because when the field does come, it comes at a high rate of speed. My favorite team, 3024, lined up where they always start. Seems to be in front of that hub, trying to get some scoring in. Once you see that kind of bursting action from the 4488 machine, whereas the intake comes in, it puts a large volume of fuel out. Red Alliance was ahead coming into the teleoperated period, so they are up by about 17 fuel. So Blue needs to come back as fast as they can. 4048 Shockwave Machines shooter might be able to do that. Pandemonium doing what they can. On my favorite team, though, 3024, is finally getting their accuracy dialed in after a few matches and was able to take over the majority of the scoring on this side of the field. We'll go over to the red. Generals 36-36 machine already lined up, starting to score. It's climb up for a second, but came right back down. 45-13 Circuit Breakers, your current, once again, rank number 2, is putting in as much fuel as it can without any defense being played. That system works very well to score, and they're maintaining their lead, 45-16. Shockwave Machine finally got some fuel jams figured out, and they got a large volume of fuel put in. Pandemonium playing some solid defense, keeping the Lake Monsters machine away from the Blue Alliance side, giving their teammates as much freedom as possible, allowing 4048 and 3024 machine to play some defense. Generals come over, try and rob some fuel, trying to play some defense against Ashland's, my favorite team, 3024. When doing so, it once again allows the defensive bot to take away from the red side. Shockwave's going to struggle to climb as they have a fuel stuck in between their bumpers, the gap that's shown. 45-13, able to score its full volley. Some human player action going in as well. 83-45, 30 seconds remain in the match. Hubs will be active at any moment, allowing both teams. Generals 36-36 trying to slow down the Shockwave machine of 44-88. My favorite team lined up as well. Generals played some defense, trying to move some fuel over. Plenty of fuel on both sides to affect the outcome of this match. It could go either way, and even those last 16, 17 seconds we have seen throughout this competition. A 50 fuel deficit seems like a lot, but it is overcomable. Generals lining up with their climber. See if they can, they seem to be hooked up, and they are in the air. That's very quick. They were able to do that. We'll see if the climb counts at the end of the match. 125 red, 53 blue. Here we got our scores. It's the Red Alliance. 126 red, 53 blue. Red Alliance had the victory going into autonomous period to maintain it throughout. They did get that extra ranking point for getting over 100 fuel scored and energizing their hub. 45-13 Circuit Breakers maintain second position. Their alliance partners both move up. Some static movement on my favorite team, 32, but their other alliance partners do move down.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams who are coming up in this next match. Let's start off with the Red Alliance, starting with team 3574.
The High Techers.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 2550.
Skynet.
And last but certainly not least, over on the red side of the field, we have team 3673.
Cyborg Seagulls.
And over on the blue side of the field, we have team 5937.
And my Robotics.
Joining them in the middle of the field is team 957.
The Swarm.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 7034.
To be determined.
Alrighty, drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 29 underway. Blue Alliance Swarm grabs a full load of fuel as well as their teammates, 5937, trying to just trickle it in over it. Their Alliance partner, 39.7, they were unfortunately shooting a little high to start, but they came into accuracy before. 2550, once again, with their high-flying fuel strategy, managed to keep it within 26 fuel. Going into the teleoperated period, one fuel unfortunately flies out of the tournament. 73 Cyborg Seagull trying to move fuel over. Red Alliance hub is now activated. Both teams utilizing this first 30-second shift instead of scoring on both sides to try and get fuel over to their Alliance side, especially in the Blue Alliance. They're trying to starve out the Red Alliance from scoring. There goes the 2550 machine. It's consistently putting fuel up and into the hopper as much as possible. Swarm machine 957 already lined up. They were stuck on a fuel, preventing them from being easy to score, but to be determined. 5937 machine. All three robots now putting in streams of fuel, and that scorekeeper already broke 100 with 1:36 to go. MI Robotics machine moving as much as it can to try and help out. Swarm now unstuck from that fuel, grabbing more, bringing it in. To be determined, MI Robotics doing everything they can, and Swarm coming in for that short shot. All three robots picking different trajectories to try and prevent cross-contamination of the fuel. Red Alliance doing what they can. Human players putting in some of the fuel. 2550, Skynet already sending fuel sky high. High Techers unmoving at this time. Drivers aren't doing too much either. It looks like they must have had some kind of mechanical breakdown preventing them from continuing moving in this match. But Their position does prevent blue from coming over and playing defense to get them through that blue side trench. Cyborg Eagles move a large amount of fuel over as the Blue Alliance is using all the fuel they have saved up into their Blue Alliance and scoring it all. This could become an issue later in the competition. As you run out of fuel, you run out of scoring potential. 228-34. All three blue robots providing equal amounts of fuel scoring. 957 Swarm Machine leaves early to try and grab extra fuel and move it into the Blue Alliance side. 2550 once again scoring some extra fuel if they can as much as possible. Cyborg Seagulls trying to move all the fuels they can over. We will see if 2550 utilizes their climber if they continue to try and score fuel with their shooter, which, while not the fastest one, has been one of the highest percentage shots in the whole competition. Their climber has moved up. They're going to try and move over, move some fuel, and score. To be determined, putting fuel in as well as their teammates. 338 unofficial scores. We wait for final results. And here we go. It's the Blue Alliance. 338. The Blue had the advantage throughout this entire match. 957 maintains number 3 overall. To be determined moves up to 5, and MI Robotics moves up to 10th, 4 ranking points.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams coming up here in this next match. Starting off in the Red Alliance, we have Team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
Joining them on the Red Alliance is Team 10444.
Ursa Major.
And also joining them on the red side of the field, we have Team 6343.
Steel Ridge.
And let's make our way over to the blue side of the field where we have Team 1595.
The Dragons.
Joining them in the middle driver's station is Team 5975.
Beta Blues.
And last but certainly not least is Team 1540.
The Flaming Chicken.
Alrighty, drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 30 is underway. Scoring from the 63-43 Steel Ridge machine as well as Ursa Major putting some fuel in themselves. Slightly different strategy on their part. Moving over to the blue side of the field. You've got 1595 Dragons scoring as much as they can in the field. And then their teammates, 1540, your number one seed, I believe, put in fuel themselves. 66 blue, 17 red. Ursa Major still unmoving, but they're starting to get shuttling a little bit. Both hubs are activated. 1540 scoring on the move with the Dragons. Now the Chickens move over to a shuttling position where they start shooting as much fuel as they can towards their blue alliance side. I believe that's fully autonomous too, as they are not controlling their shooter, is actively shooting towards it. Mean Machine shooting a little low angle, high trajectory shot. A lot of those fuels seem to bounce out instead of in, unfortunately, but they are going to keep working towards getting more and more. Blue hub is activated. Chickens are currently pinned by the Mean Machine, but Dragons were able to get a full amount of fuel. Chickens once again scoring as much as they can, moving along that far alliance wall as they do everything in their power to get all the fuel in the next 5 or 6 seconds. Their teammates, Beta Blues, doing a good job keeping the fuel moving from that hub out back into the blue alliance zone. Red alliance is taken over, 37-181. Steel Ridge Machine putting its fuel in, and then their teammates, Ursa Major, stuck there on the wall. Mean Machine lining up, see if their shooter's back up and running. Turret is pushed up. I can see it just stick out, but it's trickling out instead of shooting out at full force. Still got some tuning to work on that machine. As they move over, Blue Alliance has taken over and already putting fuel in and out. Fuel from the Chickens machine was flowing out of the hub before the hub even activated, meaning that they'll get the maximum amount of throughput possible if they have enough fuel in their alliance zone to keep it up, which they may or may not. There's not much fuel in that alliance pub, period. But that is reflected with a 258-point score at this point. Steel Ridge Machine has already grabbed a full amount of fuel themselves, moving back over, setting up to try and start scoring in the red alliance hub. They are lined up, and they are putting in fuel themselves. Chickens trying to move over. Last 30 seconds, both hubs are activated. Dragons doing what they can to put in fuel. Ursa Major, or Beta Blues, seeing they're lining up, see if they get their 10-point climb in. Their hook is not extending this time. They are working through the problem themselves. We've seen them climb in the past, so they are capable of it, but it might have taken some damage throughout this match. 311-69 as we count down the last couple of seconds of this match. we go. It's the Blue Alliance. 324 blue, 70 red. Blue Alliance had the victory in autonomous and had the victory in tally up, giving them the overall victory in the whole match. 0 penalties, match free. Dragons move up to 4th. Beta Blues move up to 20th. Chickens maintain 1st overall. Downward arrows, unfortunately, on the Red Alliance side as they were unable to get even the energized RP. Reminder, qualification match 52 is the last match of this evening. After that match concludes, we will be having the alumni photo. Come hang out with your game announcers and MCs as we are all alumni. Would love to chat with you as we get our photo taken together.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams who are going to be up in this next match. Let's start with the Red Alliance with team 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
Joining them is team 1425.
Error code 0.
And also on the Red Alliance, we have team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
And if we make our way over here to the Blue Alliance, we have team 5970.
Beavertronics.
Joining them in the middle driver station is team 9613.
Lions Bite.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 2990.
Hotwire.
Alrighty. Nope. Thumbs down, thumbs up. All right, looks like we got thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 31 underway. 1425, 2990 battling it out in the neutral zone before they come back to the respective side to try and put up all the field they can. Double wide shooters on both sides scoring at a flurry of pace. Red Ryan says the early victory, but Blue is catching right back up as further and further field come in from that hot wire machine. But half a hopper remaining as they go into teleop. Red has advantage, but they're only up by 9, so it is a tight fought match. 59-70, Beavertronics has a few fuel left in their fuel hopper as they go to score as much as possible. 14-25, empty the rest of their hoppers. Their teammates, 66-96 Cardinal Dynamics, going immediately into a transfer of fuel over to the Red Alliance side from the Blue Alliance. Beavertronics doing the same, trying to help out. No defense for 29-90, so their hot shooter can go work at max capacity, trying to help catch them back up as they tie it up and take the lead going in to the end of their first shift. As we transition back over to shift 3, you got Cardinal Dynamics and Error Code 0 both scoring at max rates. One hopper unloaded for each of them as they go back to try and grab an extra fuel load and transition back into scoring. Good work by the Red Alliance to try and take back the lead as the Blue Alliance was able to come back. They have a few seconds remaining. Once that light starts flashing, they got 3 remaining. As the Blue Alliance will take back over, 29-9 just a tear behind, not in position just yet, but they're coming immediately back in the chart, scoring all the fuel that they can. Cardinal Dynamics and 28-98 of the Flying Hedgehogs playing some good counter defense on Beavertronics, preventing Blue Alliance from getting extra fuel into their Alliance zone, choking them off later in the match. The longer this go on, the less fuel tends to be in the Alliance zones when they need it the most. Red Alliance in position, ready to go prior to the start of the match. 14-25 and 66-96 Cardinal Dynamics both scoring, and Flying Hedgehogs also were in there getting all the fuel they had in their remove. 247, 250 with 30 seconds remaining. They're trying to go for the highest score possible. They have hit their Energize RP. We'll see if they can get the rest of it to the 360-point threshold of the Supercharged RP. They're 266, so they're about 100 fuel away, which this Alliance can do in about a minute if they play their cards right. 2 robots scoring from the blue side of the field as we move in the last 15 seconds. 29-90 and Beavertronics 59-70, both working their adjustable shooters to try and get all the fuel they can scored in the last few seconds. Jam on the Beavertronics machine, hot wire machine doing what it can as well. 350, 360. Let's see if they can do it. They're trying to go there. There it is. 361 fuel for Red. Now down below there, it shows 331 of that fuel has been scored in a fuel score itself. So we'll have to go and look, see if they got that supercharged arcing point or not. We've got the thumbs up. It's coming their way right now. It's the Red Alliance. 364. That is a high score for the event. Moving up to number 9, 1425, 11th for 6696. They had a 9-point advantage in to Teleop, 38-29. Moving down, 296 fuel scored in the Teleop portion, giving them that less than 360 fuel scored, 334. So they did not get the supercharge ranking point, but 30 penalty points did help propel them into an event high score. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Let's take a look at who is going to be on this next match. This is the last match before we take a 10-minute break. And joining us is Nathan's B. He's allowed me to take the B onto the field today as long as I buzz. So I am doing this against my will. But starting off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6831.
AO5 Annex.
Joining them is Team 3663.
CPR.
And also on the red side of the field, we have Team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
Here the B goes over to this side of the field. And on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
Joining them is Team 847.
Fred.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 32 underway. CPR machine going to grab some fuel, but it looks like they didn't make that left-hand turn to actually collect it. The bumpers, unfortunately, are not very good at bringing fuel into the robot. Human players on both sides doing some work, and the machine of 2374, Jesuit, getting a couple of flurries of fuel going in to the hopper. 4662 machine is empty, so and the score indicates that they also were able to maximize the fuel that they were able to shoot before the match started. 4662 already stuck on a bit of a wild ride they went on there with their Jesuit Alliance partners helping to get them off the bump or off the fuel that they were stuck on. Fred machine doing what it can. Red Alliance is taken over as they were behind out of the autonomous period. 4662 machine of bite-sized robotics, not to be trifled with, as they're taking a bite out of the scoring potential of the Red Alliance. CPR machine once again trying to shoot fuel at the game announcers. It's okay, we're tough enough. Blue Alliance taking back over. 847 machine of Fred going and putting in its fuel itself. 2374 Jesuit, large flurry with some human players going in as well. Plenty of fuel on that Blue Alliance side to take them through the rest of this shift number 3 of 6. Minute 30 remaining in this match. Flashing lights mean we're back over to the red side of the field. Only one red robot over here. No one to mess with them. That be AO5 Annex. Let's see what they can do. Shooting. Missed 1, got 2, got 3. That's near 75, 85, 95% coming up. As Bite-Sized Robotics is trying to minimize their scoring potential as well. Fuel coming out of the field a little bit. But event volunteers coming to put it back in. As I've said before, there's 500 yellow fuel on the score table. You'd think they'd never run out, but they seem to manage to shoot at such a rate that they do all the time. Jesuit machine loading up its second volley of their 30-second shift with 43 seconds remaining. Shooting most of those fuel in, but they are coming up a little bit short for about half of them. They all need to go into the hub to count. 93 blue, 28 red. Bunch of red robots playing defense on the Blue Alliance, trying to minimize the scoring for the Fred machine as it tries to actually pin over and prevent defense from being played. CPR machine is no lights on. It might be, unfortunately, inoperable for the remaining of the match, but Jesuit machine keeps putting in. They just hit the threshold of 100 fuel to get the Energizer ranking point. Red Alliance human players trying to help bolster up the score and bring them back into it. As we count down the final 3 seconds of this match, we will see what our final results are. And it's the Blue Alliance. 122 blue, 36 red. Jesuit moves up to number 6. In fact, everyone in the Blue Alliance there moving up with those 4 ranking points. They had the advantage in auto, moving down into teleop, 95 fuel, allowing them to manage to get that energized RP with 112 fuel scored of the 100 required. Red Alliance had a solid start. Unfortunately, they were unable to get that extra ranking point and all slid down still. High positions for all of those teams as they prepare for their next qualification match. Reminder, we have a 10-minute break. We will be back in 10 minutes or less to start qualification match 33. Please welcome back to the field your MC, Natalie.
Hello again, Wilsonville. We are ready to meet our next set of teams on the Red Alliance. We've got 104-44.
Ursa Major.
Currently sitting in the number 1 spot, it's team 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
And rounding out the red side, it's team 3673.
Cyborg Seagulls.
On the Blue Alliance, please welcome team 5975.
The Beta Blues.
Their partners 4043.
Nerd Herd.
And we have team 4513.
The Circuit Breakers.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 33 is underway. Your number 1 ranked Flaming Chickens going to score some fuel in the hub after going to the neutral zone over in the blue side of the field. 45-13 Circuit Breakers trying not to be outdone by that number 1 seed. They're not scared as they're using a similar style of autonomous as they go. Score, grab, score, grab. Beta Blues machine lined up ready to score as soon as this teleoperated period begins. Nerd Herd on the far side of the field starting to tally up, goes straight over in, trying to disrupt that center ball amount of balls to get all over the blue side as fast as possible. Faster they can get them over, the slower the Red Alliance will be to start scoring. Blue Alliance first shot. Circuit Breakers machine 45-13 taking over the primary scoring duties for this Blue Alliance as the start of the second shift overall begins. Nerd Herd on their far corner, they like to be tipping that intake up, trying to get it to feed into their shooter. A small jam, they need to do a little bit of shimmying and shaking to get it opening. 1540 Flaming Chickens already firing before their hub even activated, timing it just about perfectly. As I saw the hub activated and the first ball came out, therefore starting the count. Their teammates, 10:04:44 Ursa Major, currently not moving very much, but drive teams will be moving shortly. Nerd Herd on the defensive side trying to move some fuel out of the Red Alliance side. Cyborg Seagulls there to try and prevent that from happening as they zoom back across the field, start over, trying to move a little bit of a traffic jam from the 2 Alliance partners as they line up. Spin Dexter at a 45-13, grabbing fuel and working perfectly. Nerd Herd's angled hopper is slowly trickling them in, getting them scoring and moving forward. 104 red, 140 red, 80 blue. As the Red Alliance takes over, no defense being played. All 3 Red Robots lined up, ready to start scoring as much as possible. Flaming Chickens machine, instead of going along the Alliance wall as they tend to do, is kind of backing up, grabbing it, and moving back forward. Now they transition to their standard when Nerd Herd finally showing up, trying to slow down. But when those robots are in those corners, they've got 2 walls to line up against, preventing the defense from being as effective as the shooters have become so accurate in these last couple of years. It is impressive the capabilities the students here have, which are already shown in this week 2 event. 20 seconds remain. Both hubs are activated. 231 red, 102 blue. As both teams have achieved the energized RP. Beta Blues machine already locked up onto the blue tower as they try and get up in the air. Looks up in the air to me. Their driver is just fine-tuning that fit ever so slightly, guaranteeing that they get those additional 10 points at all possible. 275 red, 116 blue, your unofficial scores. We'll wait momentarily to have the final one put up. As soon as I get the thumbs up from my head referee, which I have right now. And it's the Red Alliance. 283 red, 130 blue. Fuel score in auto, 56-12, shows the Red Alliance an advantage there due to the effective autonomous of 1540. 227 fuel to 108 fuel for the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, Red managed to maintain. Chickens move up, everyone moves up. Number 2 overall, maintained circuit breakers are 45-13, second place, and that additional ranking point is a reason of that. Nerd Herd maintains their Beta Blues moved down a little bit. If you'd like details, please see that QR code loaded below.
Joining us on the field for qualification match 34, we've got team 5970.
That's Beavertronics.
They are joined by team 2471.
That's Team Mean Machine.
And we've got 2915.
Pandemonium.
On the Blue Alliance, please make some noise for team 6343.
Steel Ridge.
Their partners, it's 1595.
That's the Dragons.
And keep that noise going for team 3636.
That's the Generals.
Drivers behind the lines, and 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 34 underway, and Mean Machine making a quick movement over towards that middle of the field before returning to their side of the field and shooting into their hub, receiving a flag from the ref before moving back to the middle of the field. Dragons alongside the Generals shooting into the blue side hub. Their human players shooting into the hub as well, and Autonomous expires. Drivers step forward and take controls, and Mean Machine makes the first trip out to the neutral zone, where they are accompanied by Steel Ridge Robotics, who are now trying to slow down Mean Machine's cycles. The transition over to the blue hub, and Dragons line up, trying to find space with their alliance partners, and they do manage to line up and shoot up into their hub. Looks like Beavertronics stuck on the blue side of the field, but they managed to free themselves. Let's see if they're going to go play some defense before this period ends. Looks like we have 4 seconds, and it's going to shift it back over to the Red Alliance. Over on the red side of the field, Steel Ridge still causing some chaos with Pandemonium. Pandemonium looking like they are trying to gather some fuel over by the outpost. Mean Machine in a tangle with the General's machine. It looks like the General's intake hanging off of the front of that robot, and they may still be able to gather some fuel, but it is very unlikely. Mean Machine having another tangle with Steel Ridge over on the red side of the field. We transition over to the Blue Alliance, and Dragons shooting quite consistently with that double shooter into the hub. Steel Ridge having their human players throw their fuel in as well. And we have just over a minute left in this match, 118-46, your current scores. Mean Machine looking like they are trying to figure out where they want to grab some fuel from next, with only 3 seconds left before it transitions over. And it is now the Red Alliance's hub. Mean Machine shooter going into a couple of different directions as they currently are being defended by the Generals. And it looks like they're shooting out into the middle of the field, probably not intentional. Will their alliance partners be able to score? Not quite at the moment, but it looks like Pandemonium lining up to get a climb with just over 30 seconds left in this match. Steel Ridge coming over and stealing some fuel from the red side of the field. Will Pandemonium be able to pull down on that level 1 bar? Looks like their climber is moving. We'll have to check back in on them in a second. Mean Machine still tangling with the Generals over in the neutral zone before returning back to their side of the field. And it looks like Pandemonium is up off of the ground over on the red side of the field. That'll be an extra 10 points for that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still trying to gather some last-second fuel and line up for some shots. Dragons lining up against their alliance partners, Steel Ridge. They do manage to get a last couple set of shots in, and that is the end of the match. Preliminary scores 172-61, and we will have your final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look at those final scores. The winner, the Blue Alliance, taking home a score of 178-73. Dragons holding themselves in 4th position, and the Alliance taking home 4 ranking points to show for it. 137 points on the fuel against the Red Alliance's 13. And of course, that is from the tele-operated period. Red actually winning the autonomous period with 40 points against the Blue Alliance's 36.
Let's welcome our next teams to the field. We've got our Red Alliance team, 70-34.
That's to be determined.
Their partners team, 23-74.
That's Jesuit Robotics.
And make some noise for team 96-13.
That's Lions Bite.
On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for team 44.
Shockwave.
Their partners 59-37.
MI Robotics.
And we've got team 26-35.
That's the Lake Monsters.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 35 and MI Robotics and 7034 to be determined having a race for the center of the field. On the opposite side, Shockwave grabbing a bunch of fuel and lining up. Blue Alliance, a whole volley of fuel going in. Red Alliance doing the same. To be determined, and Jesuit Robotics against the other side of the field being MI and Shockwave. Looks like Blue Alliance came out ahead in that autonomous period, so the possession of the hub will go to the Red Alliance in 5 seconds. Some shots going up from to be determined, but they are being pretty heavily defended by the Lake Monster machine. Jesuit Robotics lining up on the opposite side, trying to stay away from the defense, and currently it is working as Lake Monsters seem focused on to be determined. In the neutral zone, both Shockwave and MI Robotics trying to grab as much fuel and push it over towards their side of the field as possible, so that way in 5 seconds when that hub transitions over, they will have as much as they possibly can to shoot, and they start shooting early, and they do manage to line it up and start getting that fuel into that hub. It pours in, and the Blue Alliance extending their lead to 100 points to the Red Alliance's 53. Lots of shots going in from the Blue Alliance, shooting while moving by MI Robotics on the blue side of the field. Shockwave, whole volley of fuel going off of the field, but they do manage to get realigned and sorted out. Transitioning over to the red side of the field, lots of fuel going in from To Be Determined and Jesuit. To Be Determined still getting pretty heavily defended by the Lake Monsters. Probably a pretty significant part of why the Red Alliance is behind the Blue Alliance. Good strategy being played by that defender. 5 seconds, and we will switch over to the blue side of the field. And here it is. Lots of shots going up from MI. Shockwave looks like they missed a good couple of them, but they're going to try to line up with that quest nav that they have on the back of their machine and try again. Lots of shooting while moving coming from the MI Robotics machine. Most of them going in, a couple of them going astray. And Shockwave misses a good couple of them. And we enter the end game here. Both alliances gain possession in the end game. Jesuit and To Be Determined shooting their fuel in. And it looks like To Be Determined has a piece of churro hanging out of their intake, and it drags around violently on the carpet. Let's hope that it stays inside of the robot for the remainder of the match. 13 seconds left, and 182 to 128 in favor of this Blue Alliance. It is pretty sealed and dealed, but you never know until the end of the match. 191, let's see if they can get to 200, and not quite on that Blue Alliance. Preliminary scores 195 to 143, about a 52-point difference between these two alliances. And we'll get you your final scores in just a moment. the Blue Alliance. That takes this one 208 to 150. Just pushing over that 200 barrier, and MI Robotics pushing themselves up into the 5th ranking position, having taken home 4 ranking points alongside their alliance partners. 46 points in fuel from the autonomous period on that Blue Alliance. They lost that first possession, of course, because of that fuel. 147 in teleop for the fuel, and they did manage to get a climb, 10 points. That's an L1 on the tower.
On our Red Alliance, please make some noise for team 2898.
That's the Flying Hedgehogs.
Their partners 3574.
That's the High Techers.
And last but not least, make some noise for 4662.
That's Bite-Sized Robotics.
On the blue half of the field, we've got team 847.
Fred.
They are joined by team 9438.
That's Leopard Tech.
And rounding off the blue side, it's 3663.
CPR.
We've got 6 robots on the field. 2 teams playing rock, paper, scissors. Waiting for a green light. And there we go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 36 here at Wilsonville, and CPR making the quick trip over to the neutral zone. They don't grab a ton of fuel, but they do return back to their side of the field where their turret aligns, and they shoot it up into their hub. Red side of the field, lots of fuel going in from the human players. Blue Alliance currently up 14-7, and the Blue Alliance takes autonomous period, meaning that the possession of the hubs will go to that Red Alliance as soon as the first period ends here. High-Techers seeming to get beached on a bunch of fuel in the center of the field, and they do manage to free themselves before trying to push a bit more fuel back onto the red side of the field. Flying Hedgehogs trying to line up with their machine, and it seems like they may be having some trouble aligning to the hub on the red side of the field. They only have 10 seconds left if they want to get some shots of fuel off into that hub. Currently sitting and trying to align. Over on the blue side of the field, they are preparing for their transition, and there it is. Fred, a couple shots up and over, but it doesn't quite go into the hub. CPR, on the other hand, lining up with the hub quite nicely. Their turret auto-aiming for them, and they do seem to have a shoot-on-the-move capability where they can shoot into that hub while going and collecting more fuel. Their alliance partners, 94-38, trying to push some fuel over to the blue side of the field right as we hit the transition shift over to the Red Alliance. Human players going absolutely crazy on that Red Alliance, trying to throw some fuel into that hub. One goes in. Can they get a couple more? Currently 49-14 in favor of that Blue Alliance, and Fred goes and steals a whole heap of fuel from that Red Alliance, fairly unprotected by those red teams. They're going to line up to that blue side of the field. CPR with a volley of shots up into the hub. Will Fred be able to do the same? Yes, they do. And a lot of them go to the side, but they do manage to realign themselves, and a lot of them are going in. High-Techers seem to have beached themselves up on top of the blue bump. We are just about 5 seconds away from the end game here with 72-18 in favor of that Red Alliance. Red Alliance is going to need to do a lot in this endgame if they would like to catch up to that Blue Alliance, but nothing is impossible. High-Techers are making their way over to the red side of the field, pushing the fuel into the outpost where the human players will go and try to score some last-second points. Blue side of the field, Cedar Park trying to shoot a couple of remaining fuel up into the hub with 6 seconds left. Will they be able to get another cycle up and in? Fred trying to do the same for that Blue Alliance. They do manage to get one piece of fuel in on that Blue Alliance. Preliminary score is 119-26, and we'll have those final scores to you in just a moment. Let's take a look at the big screen. Your final scores: the Blue Alliance taking home this victory, 120-27. Above that Red Alliance, CPR holding themselves in rank 10. Their alliance partners moving up a couple ranks, though, taking home 4 alliance points once again. We do seem to see that this is a fairly common number of ranking points to take out of a match. Note the big difference in this match, 86 points in fuel from that Blue Alliance against the Red Alliance's 18. Most of those 18 scored by the human players who were going absolutely crazy on that Red Alliance, but it wasn't quite enough to keep up with the machines of CPR and Fred.
Joining us on the Red Alliance, you have your number 8 ranked team, 2990.
Hotwire.
They are joined by 3024.
My favorite team.
And we've got team 1425.
They're your gracious event hosts. It's error code 0.
On the Blue Alliance, please make some noise for team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
Their partners 2550.
Skynet.
And we've got our 3rd ranked team, 957.
Swarm.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification number 37. It looks like there's going to be a race for fuel in the center of the field. Luckily, no contact from either of the 3 robots that made their way to the middle. Error Code 0, Shockwave, and Swarm. And Error Code 0 returns to the center of the field to grab a couple more pieces of fuel. Hotwire keeps grabbing, or returns back to the center of the field. 34 to 39, so the Blue Alliance will gain possession of the hub in just a couple seconds here. Red Alliance getting a last couple volley of shots off into that hub. 1425 Error Code 0 perfectly managing to clear their hopper before the end of that period. Over on the blue side of the field, Swarm shooting nicely up into the blue hub. X-Flare looking like they're trying to potentially figure out what they want to do next. Maybe go for the fuel on the front of the field or unjam their intake. Human players on the blue side throwing alongside their robots 957. And over on the red side of the field, lots of fuel going up for the Red Alliance. 1425 Error Code 0 returning with a second cycle. Will Hotwire be able to do the same? They line up, yes. Yes, they do, and Error Code returns with a couple more. My favorite team in the middle of the field grabbing some fuel and trying to shuttle it to their alliance partners, and now the Blue Alliance has possession of the hub. Swarm shooting up into their hub, and Skynet trying to ferry some pieces of fuel over to the blue side of the field. Another volley of shots going up for Swarm, and X-Flare looks like they got a couple of shots going up. They did get their robot unjammed, and those shots are successful up into the blue hub. Moving back to the Red Alliance, they now have the hub, and lots of fuel going up for that Red Alliance. Error Code 0 and Hotwire making quick work of that hub. And their alliance partners, my favorite team, trying to push as much fuel over to that red side of the field as possible. X-Flare going over to that red side of the field and trying to steal as much fuel as they possibly can away from that Red Alliance. That way the Red Alliance can't score it. Although the Red Alliance is now at 200 plus points as we enter the end game period. That means both hubs are now active for the final 30 seconds of the match. And Hotwire looks like they're having some brownout issues, but they do manage to get themselves sorted out. Can they align up? And will their shooter be able to get the correct arcs? It does. Over on the blue side of the field, looks like X-Flare also dealing with some brownout issues. The robot struggling for power at the moment. Will Swarm be able to get some last-second shots up? They do shoot, but it doesn't quite go in. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, the last couple of shots going up and in. The preliminary score is 253 to 153. A 100-point difference between these two alliances. That is pretty sealed and dealed, but we will get your final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look at those final scores on the big screen. The Red Alliance, not a huge surprise from that, taking home your win 266 to 154. And Error Code 0 moving up into your 4th ranked team, taking home 4 ranking points to show for it. The other side of the field, only 1 ranking point being taken home. And of course, Swarm dropping down to rank number 6. Still a great position though. Points in that match going 54 to 39 in favor of the Red Alliance in the autonomous period, getting blue the first cycle, and 207 being scored by the Red Alliance against the Blues 115.
let's meet our teams for our next match. We've got 36-36.
That's the Generals.
They are joined by 68-31.
A05 Annex.
And rounding out red side, we've got team 29-15.
That's Pandemonium.
On the Blue Alliance, please make some noise for team 40-43.
That's the Nerd Herd.
Their partner 66-96.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And team 15-40.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, qualification 38, and Chickens already full of fuel and returning back to the blue side of the field where they make a volley of shots alongside their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, on that blue side of the field. Currently looks like A05 Annex and Pandemonium currently disabled. Actually, all three red robots seem to be A-stopped on the red side of the field. 69 points being taken by that Blue Alliance, and the first transition will go over to that Red Alliance. Chickens returning back to their side alongside Cardinal Dynamics to get a last couple shots off before they lose their hub, and it switches over to that red side of the field. The Generals over on that blue side of the field trying to slow down that Blue Alliance as much as possible and take as much fuel away from that Red Alliance as possible. And it looks like A05 Annex taking a free ride on the back of the Flaming Chickens, and they return back to their side of the field where they line up with that modified kit bot to their hub. They get a couple of shots off, but it's not quite enough, and now the Blue Alliance is absolutely dumping fuel into that hub with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this match. Lots of shots going up from that Blue Alliance. The Generals, of course, trying to do their best to slow down the Blue Alliance, but it seems almost ineffective as the Chickens have that wonderful turret that just keeps on shooting. Chickens now changing over to shooting that fuel over to their alliance partners on the blue side of the field, and it's now the Red Alliance that can score into their hub. Pandemonium trying to line up. We hear that shooter spinning. Will they be able to get it all shot up and into that hub? AO5 trying their best to shoot, and it looks like the Chickens are coming over and stealing some of the fuel that the Red Alliance thinks is theirs, and they go all the way back over where they slam into the Generals before shooting their fuel up into that hub. Nerd Herd trying to bring as much fuel over for their alliance partners as possible. This game has a lot of feeding, which we haven't really seen much in previous games other than in Crescendo. 40 seconds remaining in this match. 2:45 against the Red Alliance's 19. It'll be pretty difficult for the Red Alliance to catch up from this one. Will the Blue Alliance be able to take home a high score? We'll find out as we enter the end game period, and 262 for that Blue Alliance. About 100 fuel away from that energized, sorry, not the energized, the supercharged ranking point. Cardinal Dynamics trying to shoot on the move, taking some fuel from that depot. And they are trying to grab all of the fuel from behind the tower. Their alliance partners, the Flaming Chickens, shooting on the move alongside them, trying to get as much fuel up and in. There's over 300 points on that Blue Alliance. We are coming to the end of the match here. Preliminary scores, 328 to 43. Not quite enough fuel from the Blue Alliance to get the supercharged ranking point. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. scores on the big screen. No big surprise here. Blue Alliance taking home the victory, 338 to 73. And something to note about this match, the Blue Alliance had a robot that contacted Pandemonium while they were up in the air on their tower during endgame. This awards the Red Alliance an automatic level 3 climb to the tower. This does not affect the match, but it does give an extra 20 points to that Red Alliance.
And meet our teams for our next match, starting with team 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
They are joined by team 44.
Shockwave.
And make some noise for 3673.
That's the Cyborg Seagulls.
On the blue half of the field, we've got team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
Their partners 5975.
That's the Beta Blues.
And we have team 3574.
That's the High Techers.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Our 39th qualification is now underway, and Shockwave, the first and only robot to make it to the neutral zone. Red Alliance human players scoring a bunch of fuel for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance crawling up ahead of that Red Alliance, though. Will Shockwave be able to get any of those shots off in time? It looks like probably not. A fairly low-scoring auto, 8 points to 3 points in favor of that Blue Alliance. So the Red Alliance will gain that first possession. High Techers in the middle of the field trying to push as much fuel as they possibly can around the field, trying to see if they can ferry as much of it over as they can to their own alliance. Shockwave looks like there's a piece of polycarb hanging out of the front of their robot, potentially their intake. Will they be able to get lined up and shoot into the hub? And they do manage to get some shots off with only 5 seconds left of the Red Alliance possession before it goes over to that Blue Alliance. And now the Blue Alliance can score. Jesuit lined up, getting defended by Bite Size, but they do manage to get a bunch of fuel up and into that hub. Fairly consistent volley of shots going for that Blue Alliance. Bite Size, though, following them around like they are on a leash, trying to stop them from getting as much of that fuel that's over on the blue side of the field as possible. A couple of those shots going wildly off course because of that defense, and the Red Alliance can now score for themselves. Shockwave seems to have gotten themselves all figured out, and they do score a bunch of fuel. They go back to their driver station and grab as much fuel as they possibly can. High-Techers trying to slow down that Red Alliance progress, though. 48-31 in favor of that Red Alliance. It's still a close match between these two, and it now switches over to that Blue Alliance. Shockwave over on the neutral zone, trying to grab as much fuel out of it as possible. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance human players throwing fuel. One of those goes straight in, nothing but net. And Jesuit shooting their own hopper worth of fuel into that hub. Cyborg Seagulls return from the blue side of the field empty-handed, though. It looks like their intake may have gotten damaged in this match, and it looks like 44-88 Shockwave currently stuck. They are beached in front of that hub. If they don't move in time, those fuel will go into their robot, and they'll get a penalty, but they do manage to evade a penalty with 17 seconds left. 54-50. It is now going to be a human player game between these two alliances. Very, very close scores here. Will any points be able to go? 44-88 Shockwave trying to line up and get up off the ground, and it looks like Beta Blues managed to get up off the ground for that Blue Alliance. Shockwave looks like they never managed to get up off of the ground. Preliminary score is 83-56, and we'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Blue Alliance coming out up ahead, 83-56. And no tower points, surprisingly, from either alliance. I did expect to see it on the Blue Alliance from the Beta Blues, but it looks like they weren't quite high enough off of the ground. Very low auto score from both alliances, but Teleop 53-45, very close between the two. Red Alliance, unfortunately, taking home no ranking points from this match. Blue Alliance taking home 3 ranking points from that win, and Jesuit is now up into rank number 8, which is an alliance captain position.
All right, Wilsonville, welcome some teams to the field, starting with 2990.
Hotwire.
They're partnered with 1595.
Your rank number 3, it's the Dragons.
And we have team 847.
Red.
On the Blue Alliance, we've got team 9438.
That's Leopard Tech.
In the middle spot, it's 9613.
Lions Bite.
And we've got team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Qualification match number 40 getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Not too many qualifications left for the day, and Red Alliance robots do make contact in the center of the field. That's Hotwire and the Dragons, but they do manage to return fairly unscathed and shoot a bunch of fuel up into their hub. Blue Alliance human players trying to match what the Red Alliance is currently putting up, but it is currently quite far behind, almost 50 points for that Red Alliance against the 15 points on the Blue Alliance. So Blue Alliance will get the first chance to continue shooting their fuel, and it looks like Leopard Tech trying to line up with their hub and shoot a couple pieces of fuel. Their alliance partners, Ursa Major, trying to figure out what they want to do next. They do manage to grab a piece of fuel, and Hotwire accidentally shoving a bunch of fuel over to that Blue Alliance. They make contact with that trench over on the red side of the field before returning back to try to grab a couple more fuel, sliding along the wall and bringing it back to that red side. Human players on the blue side of the field trying to make some shots before it switches over to that Red Alliance. Lots of fuel going up for that Red Alliance. All three robots currently on the offensive. Leopard Tech trying their best to slow down that Red Alliance, and it currently doesn't really seem to be doing a ton. 2990, of course, no turret for them, so they are somewhat affected by that defense. Leopard Tech trying their best to get in the way of every red robot all at the same time, and they are being somewhat effective of that. 847 Red trying to grab all of that fuel that is currently sitting behind the Blue Alliance hub. They're going to have to get out of there rather quickly, though, so as to not get any penalties from the human players throwing that fuel into that hub. A couple pieces do go in. The human player is currently out of fuel to throw, and now it's the Red Alliance's turn. Human players already with a bunch of shots up in the air. Dragons with a good couple of shots of fuel going into that hub with 45 seconds left in this match. 129-17 in favor of the Red Alliance. Currently, the Blue Alliance is going to have to do a lot of work if they want to catch up to that Blue Alliance as we are about to enter the end game period. Lots of shooting going up for that Red Alliance. It looks like Hotwire's hub managing, or Hotwire's hopper getting caught on the trench, and that is quite violently deflected. Will they be able to free themselves, or their alliance partners free them? And it looks like they do manage to get out. Their hopper returning back to normal fairly unscathed, but we have 10 seconds left in this match. Will the Red Alliance be able to get any last shots up in the air? And Dragons do manage to get a couple of shots up. No one going for climbs at the moment. 2 seconds, 1 second. And that is the end of the match. 174-17 in favor of the Red Alliance. Let's take a look on the big screen. The Red Alliance, not a huge surprise there. What's their final score? It is 180-17 in favor of that Red Alliance. Of course, Dragons holding themselves in rank number 3. 4 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Unfortunately, no ranking points being taken home by the Blue Alliance. 125 in fuel being scored by that Red Alliance against only 2 for the Blue Alliance during the teleoperated period. 15 being scored by that Blue Alliance in the autonomous, and 50 for that Red.
A quick reminder, Wilsonville, we are playing through match 52 this evening, and right after the end of match 52, we will be taking an alumni photo down on the field. So if you are a first alum of any program, come on down and join us for that photo. Next up, we are meeting our Red Alliance. We've got team 957.
Swarm.
We have team 1425.
Error code 0.
And we have team 2471.
That's Team Mean Machine.
On the Blue Alliance, give it up for 3024.
That's my favorite.
We've got 7034.
To be determined.
And we have team 6831.
A05 Annex.
Qualification match 41 getting underway in 3, 2, 1, go!
Alrighty, 41 here, and Mean Machine and Error Code both making quick work of the center of the field. To be determined, still managing to gather themselves some fuel before returning back through the trench. And the Red Alliance absolutely dumping fuel into that hub with 6 seconds left. Mean Machine lining up and a good couple of shots in. Will Error Code be able to do the same? Yes, they do. Drivers step forward to take control with 73-10 in favor of that Red Alliance. So, of course, the Blue Alliance will get their first shot at a continued time to shoot. To be determined, trying to line up and get their hopper unjammed. They do manage to get a couple of shots up and in, although it seems like they're having trouble getting fuel to feed into their shooter. 80-42, double the score on the Red Alliance as the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance, of course, will be trying to do their best to turn that around. Looks like a couple shots maybe went in from the wrong side on that Blue Alliance, though. 70-34, to be determined, trying to get a couple of shots in before the end of the period, and they don't quite manage to make it. Swarm looks like they're stuck, and they are freed by their alliance partners, Error Code 0 on the red side of the field. They do manage to get stuck again. Mean Machine dumping a bunch of fuel into that hub. Will Error Code be able to do the same? They line up, and yes, they do. Swarm lining up, trying to do the same. And they also make a bunch of shots up and in, although a lot of them look rather low. Blue Alliance about to take possession, and it looks like To Be Determined has gotten their hopper unjammed. Swarm making a quick work of moving it towards the neutral zone, though, trying to steal as much fuel away from that Blue Alliance as possible. Mean Machine and Error Code trying to do the same. Error Code now with a bumper hanging loose from their robot. Hopefully that won't be too much of a problem for them. And a lot of shots going up from the Westland team To Be Determined for grabbing a couple more pieces of fuel. Red side of the field, lots of fuel going up from all three of those red robots, Mean Machine, Error Code, and Swarm. 45 seconds left in this match, 216 to 109. Really high scoring match from both alliances. Both alliances having reached that energized RP. Will Mean Machine be able to get a bunch of shots up and in? Yes, they do. A bunch of fuel feeding into their Spindexer. Error Code still dragging around that bumper. Hopefully that'll stay in on their robot for the remainder of the match. Almost 300 points for that Red Alliance, and now both hubs are active for the field on qualification 41. almost 300 points. Will they be able to do it? Swarm a couple of shots up and in. Mean Machine a couple of shots up and in. And the Red Alliance surpasses 300 points. AO5 Annex on the blue side of the field, pushing a bunch of fuel to their alliance partners, hoping that Blue Alliance can catch up. To be a tough ask, though. 319 to 143 in favor of that Red Alliance. No climbs on the field, but we'll have your final scores to you in a moment. And your winners, the Red Alliance. And 328 to 148 in favor of that Red Alliance. And Error Code 0 holding themselves in rank number 4. Swarm moving up to rank number 5 for that Red Alliance. 4 ranking points being taken home by the Red Alliance. 1 ranking point still being taken home by the Blue Alliance. Lots of fuel being scored in Teleop. 250 points in fuel for that Red Alliance against the 137 for the Blue Alliance.
With both gates on the Red Alliance closed, we're going to go ahead and meet our teams, starting with 9600.
That's X-Flare Robotics.
In the middle spot, we've got 5937.
MI Robotics.
And rounding out the red, it's 6696.
That's Cardinal Dynamics.
And on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 3663.
CPR.
Their partners 6343.
Steel Ridge.
And give it up for Team 4513.
That's the Circuit Breakers.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 42 underway, and 2 Red Alliance robots, that's MI Robotics and Cardinal Dynamics, making quick work of the fuel in the middle of the field. Blue Alliance just now coming around to getting to that center. Steel Ridge trying to grab a couple of fuel, but they don't manage to grab any, unfortunately. Circuit Breakers trying to grab as much as they can and return back to their side of the field as the autonomous period ends. 41-26 in favor of the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance will take their first period in which they will have continued hub time. Circuit Breakers grabbing some more fuel and lining up to that hub. They do manage to get all of those shots up and in. They grab a couple more from underneath the trench and return back to their hub to continue shots. Cardinal trying to grab as much fuel as they possibly can from the center of the field and return it to their side of the field, but Steel Ridge does appear to be playing some pretty heavy defense against them. We saw them play pretty heavy defense at Oregon State Fairgrounds. They were one of the best defense robots there. And now the Red Alliance has their turn to make some shots up and in to their hub. MI Robotics trying to grab as much fuel as they possibly can over by the driver stations. And they do manage to have a shooting on the move program. X-Flare over on the red side of the field, on the neutral side of the field, pushing as much fuel over towards MI Robotics as possible. And now the Blue Alliance can shoot. Circuit Breakers taking some early shots, and they managed to get in just at the right time. CPR trying to grab all of the fuel in their corner over by their driver station, but they're getting defended by X-Flare. Doesn't really seem to be super effective, though. Only a couple of shots going amiss. MI making a pretty big contact with the field walls before returning back to their side of the field. The turret wildly turning around, and both of the Red Alliance main scoring robots now shooting into that hub. Cardinal grabbing all of the fuel from behind that tower before Steel Ridge manages to get over and slow them down. Doesn't really matter, though. There is a turret on the Cardinal Dynamics machine, and they aren't as affected by defense. Just now entering the endgame period, 180 to 119 in favor of the Red Alliance. And now both alliances can score into their hubs. Cardinal shooting a bunch of fuel over to their side of the field. X-Flare trying to slide along that field wall and bring as much fuel over to their alliance partners as possible. Over the blue side of the field, lots of shots going up and in from Circuit Breakers. CPR trying to grab everything from around the tower. And the ref signaling something over on the red side of the field. And that is the end of the match, 229 to 176 in favor of that Red Alliance. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look, and it's the Red Alliance who takes home the victory from this match, 232 to 183. 41 points in fuel in auto against the Blue Alliance's 26. 171 being scored in teleop against 157 for that Blue Alliance. Circuit Breakers dropping down to rank number 7, being replaced by both MI and Cardinal, moving their way up to ranks 5 and 6 respectively.
Joining us for qualification match 43 on the red side, we've got team 3636.
That's the Generals.
They are joined by 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
And we've got team 5970.
That's Beavertronics.
On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for team 2635.
That's the Lake Monsters.
They are partnered with 2550.
Skynet.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, we've got currently ranked number 2, team 1595.
That's the Dragons.
We've got 6 happy robots on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Thank you, of course, to our field crew for making sure that these robots can get connected and stay connected. Robots in motion over here. Dragons quickly making their way over to the neutral zone and lining up along all 3 alliance partners there. Skynet, Lake Monsters, and Dragons all shooting up into the hub on the blue lines at the same time. Red Alliance, only a couple of shots going in from those human players. 40 points for that Red Alliance, 6 points for the Blue Alliance. And of course, the Red Alliance will have the first possession of that hub. Blue Alliance loses it, and now the Red Alliance can score into their hub with all of their fuel, and a lot of shots going wildly for the Flying Hedgehogs, and lots of entanglements, and it looks like Generals and Dragons locking intakes with each other. Generals maybe having a intake that's hanging off to the side a little bit. Dragons intake did manage to deflect back to normal though. And Skynet looks like they currently are E-stopped on the field, RSL static. And shots going in from the human players, the most consistent shots currently of the match. Dragons getting defended pretty heavily by the Generals, who are very effective at making sure that the Dragons cannot score on that blue side of the field. A couple of shots do make it in, though, and now Flying Hedgehogs are over there trying to grab as much fuel as they can from down the trench. They go all the way down the line, and unfortunately it looks like Skynet blocking their ability to push fuel through the trench. Hopefully Skynet will be able to get back up and running in a moment here. 72 points to 10 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Red Alliance currently not capitalizing on the red hub being active, but it looks like Flying Hedgehogs and their hopper hanging off wildly off the front of their robot. Now Blue Alliance getting defended very heavily by the Generals. who have proven themselves quite effective at defense at this event. Looks like Skynet was able to make their way over to that blue side of the field. The Generals pushing into both them and the Dragons. Lake Monsters trying to play some counter defense against the Generals over on the blue side of the field. And now the Dragons finally have a moment of peace for themselves, but the shots don't quite make it in. And it's now time for endgame. 81 points to 12 points in favor of that Blue Alliance. Generals doing their best to slow down the efforts of that Blue Alliance, but it might not be enough with only 14 seconds left in this match. Red Alliance human players going absolutely crazy on that red side of the field. Will 2998 be able to score any remaining fuel? It looks like no, but the human players do manage to get a couple in, and that is the end of the match. 92 to 33 in favor of the Red Alliance. Sorry, the Blue Alliance. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Let's take a look at those final scores up on the big screen. And it's the Blue Alliance that takes home the win, 92 to 33 in favor of that Blue Alliance. 3 ranking points being taken home by the Blue Alliance, and rank number 2 holding steady for the Dragons. Their alliance partners moving up a couple of ranks for themselves. 40 points being scored in Autonomous for the Blue Alliance, 42 being scored in Teleop for the Blue Alliance against the Red Alliance with 6 and 22 points respectively.
Joining us on the field for match number 44, we've got team 4043.
That's the Nerd Herd.
We have team 2915.
Pandemonium.
And we have team 2374.
That's Jesuit Robotics.
On the blue half, give it up for team 847.
Fred.
In the middle spot, it's 1425.
Error code 0.
Rounding out the blue side, it's team 3574.
That's the High Techers.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Number 44 of 64, 20 qualification matches remaining in this competition, and lots of shots going up from both Aerocode and Fred on the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, Jesuit shooting up a volley of fuel for themselves. Their human players throwing a good couple of fuel up in as well. 31-21 in favor of the Blue Alliance. So Blue Alliance will lose their hub in just a couple of seconds. Aerocode Zero returning to the blue side of the field, trying to get a couple of shots off before they lose that hub. And those lights flashing indicate that it is gone. High Techers having a little bit of a collision with Nerd Herd in the center of the field. And now High Techers are going to go and try to slow down the cycles of Jesuit Robotics. Jesuit, of course, trying to line up with that hub. And they only have 10 seconds left to be able to do it. Will they be able to get those shots off undefended? They do. Meanwhile, lots of collisions from High Techers and Nerd Herd on this side of the field over here. And on the blue side, Aerocode Zero trying to get around the defense, and now all of the red robots over on the blue side of the field. Fred lined up nicely and shooting a good couple of fuel up into their hub. Human players from all three teams throwing all of their fuel up into the Blue Alliance hub. And now the Blue Alliance gaining a lot more fuel here than the Red Alliance did on their previous cycle. Jesuit with a good couple of fuel going up into that hub. Lots of shots going in from Nerd Herd, getting defended though by High Techers on the red side of the field. More shots going up from Jesuit as they are currently being left undefended, and Nerd Herd getting shoved up against the trench with their hub. And the lights flashing indicate the Blue Alliance now can score. And it looks like Aerocode Zero stuck on the bump, but they get freed by their alliance partners, Fred. They return back to the middle of the field, trying to grab a couple of fuel. Pandemonium trying to slow down the cycles of Aerocode Zero, and they do cause some pandemonium on that blue side of the field. Fred, though, left fairly undefended until Nerd Herd has something to say about it. Nerd Herd, of course, trying to push Fred out of the way, steal their fuel, and return back to the red side of the field, as now both alliances have the hubs, and they are level on points currently. This is going to be a very, very close match, 121-121 from both alliances here. Red Alliance just a couple more points up on the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance trying to shoot with Aerocode Zero, and they're catching up now. Red Alliance stop shooting to go grab some more fuel. Will Aerocode be able to get those last couple of shots off while being defended? It's very close. End of the match. It is very close, 148-135 in favor of the Red Alliance currently. And we'll be right back with your final scores in just a moment. The Red Alliance, with a very tight margin, 151-138 in favor of that Red Alliance. Four ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Jesuit Robotics moving up into rank number 7. 1425 Aerocode Zero dropping down into rank number 8. Still a great position though up in the picking positions. 124-105 in favor of the red for Teleop Fuel. And 22-33 in favor of the Blue Alliance actually for the autonomous period.
right along into our next match. Please welcome team 9438.
That's Leopard Tech.
Their partners 44.
That's Shockwave.
And we've got team 7034.
To be determined.
Over on the blue side of the field, give it up for 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
They're partnered with 6343.
Steel Ridge.
And we've got team 957.
Swarm.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 45, and the Blue Alliance makes the first race to the center of the field. Red Alliance still managing to get a good amount of fuel, though it looks like 7034 to be determined with a low level of fuel in their robot. Shockwave shooting up a bunch of fuel for the red side of the field. Chicken shooting up a bunch of fuel for the blue side, although it looks like their hopper may have been jammed, and they were not able to get that last cycle off as drivers step forward and take control. 45 points to 27 in favor of the Blue Alliance coming out of the autonomous period. And Chickens will have just a couple seconds here to get those shots off before they lose possession. They do lose possession, and now over on the red side of the field, to be determined, shooting up into the red hub. Chickens trying to shoot a bunch of fuel over to the blue side of the field. Meanwhile, Leopard Tech over on that blue side going to try to slow down Chickens as they return, and maybe Leopard Tech will be able to bring some of that fuel back over to that red side of the field. Steel Ridge trying to slow down the cycles of to be determined, and now Leopard Tech is pushing against the Flaming Chickens, but it doesn't really matter. Chickens have that wonderful turret that is currently locked on to that hub. A couple of shots do go short, but they manage to get up into that depot, and they grab some fuel from it. And it looks like their alliance partner Swarm currently beached on top of the bump. And over on the red side of the field, lots of pre-shots going up for 7034 to be determined. 4488 Shockwave with a fuel jammed in their bumper gap, but doesn't really seem to affect them as they try to line up with the hub. Lots of fuel being shot over to the blue side of the field by both Chickens and Swarm, who appears to have been freed from the bump. And now Chickens swerve through the trench in harmony with their alliance partner Swarm, and they both line up to shoot onto that red side of the field. Steel Ridge over on the red side trying to cause some chaos and slow down any attempts that the Red Alliance can have of gaining fuel onto their side of the field. Blue side of the field, and it looks like Leopard Tech does seem to be disabled on the blue side, either E-stopped or otherwise. And with just over 30 seconds left in this match, it is now the endgame period. 100-point difference between these two alliances. Red Alliance is going to have to work extra hard if they would like to catch up to that Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance trying to seal the deal with a bunch of shots of fuel going up and in. Chickens maneuvering around the currently stopped robot on the blue side of the field. They managed to get a couple of those pieces of fuel and shoot it up into the hub. 5 seconds left in this match. Will the Red Alliance be able to put up a couple of extra points to match? And no, not quite. Preliminary score is 236 to 95 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. Your winner is the Blue Alliance. 245 to 95, your final score. Chickens holding rank number 1, Swarm holding rank number 3. 4 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. Steel Ridge also making their way up a couple of spots. 200 points in fuel during the teleoperated period for that Blue Alliance. 68 being scored by the Red Alliance.
Let's go ahead and welcome our next group of teams to the field, starting with team 3673.
That's the Cyborg Seagulls.
Joining them, we've got 5970.
That's Beavertronics.
And make some noise for team 6831.
A05 Annex.
On the blue side of the field, we've got team 5937.
MI Robotics.
Their partners, it's team 3024.
That's my favorite team.
And we have team 10444.
Ursa Major.
Reminder, we're playing through match 52 this evening. And we've got qualification match 46 starting shortly. Drivers behind that line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification 46 of 64 underway, and MI Robotics quickly grabbing a very neat chunk of fuel out of the center of the field. They line up with the field wall and move their way over towards the outpost where their human players drop a bunch of fuel into their robot. A lot of those shots going perfectly into that hub. Red Alliance only has a human player scoring fuel at the moment, but they are quite precise with it. 38 points for the Blue Alliance, 8 points for the Red Alliance. So the Red Alliance will be the first ones to have a period of active hub. And now that hub is the only one that's active on the red side of the field. But AO5 Annex leaves the red side of the field. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance cycling a lot of fuel over to their side of the field, pre-staging it so that way they can score it as soon as they get the hub in 8 seconds. Cyborg Seagull is currently caught on the bump, but they do manage to free themselves. And the Blue Alliance can now go and score their fuel. Lots of shots going wildly over for MI Robotics, but they do manage to dial in their shooter. And now both MI and my favorite team both shooting a bunch of fuel up into that hub. Ursa Major trying to grab some fuel from the center of the field and hits our head referee, Nathan Lose, in the head. Hopefully he's okay. 67 points to 14 in favor of the Blue Alliance, and the human players in the Red Alliance going absolutely crazy, throwing a bunch of fuel up into that hub. AO5 trying to grab some extra fuel and line up with their hub and maybe trying to get the fuel to go into their shooter. They do manage to get some of it unjammed as their alliance partners, Cyborg Seagulls, join them. MI Robotics, though, trying to grab some extra fuel outside on that on the red side of the field, but their intake does go into the frame perimeter of one of the Red Alliance robots. That's going to be a penalty assigned to that, and some shots going up and in for my favorite team. And on the Red Alliance robot, Beavertronics trying to push some of that fuel over back to their Red Alliance partners. And some defense happening between MI and AO5 Annex. MI trying to grab some extra fuel and push it back to the blue side of the field. It's possible that their intake is broken as they haven't really intaken much fuel recently. 91 to 36 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Will the Red Alliance be able to catch up here in the last couple seconds? Shots going up and in for AO5 Annex. Shots going up and in for the Cyborg Seagulls. And AO5 trying to violently rock their robot back and forth to get those fuel to unjam inside of the robot. That is the end of the match. 92 points to 38 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Let's take a look at those final scores. Blue Alliance taking the win on this match. 93 to 38, your final scores. 3 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. MI Robotics actually dropping, even though they won the match, to rank number 6. Their alliance partners, though, crawling their way up a couple of places. Lots of points being scored in Autonomous. The big difference there, 38 to 7 in favor of that Blue Alliance. Teleop, 50 points for the Blue Alliance, 21 for the Red. Coming up next is our qualification number 47. We only have a couple more matches remaining today. We are ending after qualification 52. Reminder that after qualification 52, it is time for the alumni photo. So after that match, alumni, please come down to the field. We will clear out the field and we will have a big picture where we all stand in front of the field and look like we aren't exhausted after a long day of robotics.
Moving right along to our next alliance on the red side, we have 5975.
That's the Beta Blues.
Their partners, Team 2635.
The Lake Monsters.
And we've got Team 9613.
Lions Bite.
On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for Team 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
Their partners, 3663.
CPR.
And we've got Team 2550.
Skynet.
Drivers behind the line. We've got a field that's ready to go. We've got an FTA that's ready to go. And we've got a head referee who is ready to go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
This qualification match is now underway. Mean Machine absolutely obliterating the center of the field. Fuel going absolutely everywhere. And a lot of fuel going up into that hub. Their alliance partners return at CPR, shooting a bunch of fuel up into the hub. Blue Alliance robots taking turns at loading up their hub with 1 second left. 48 points to 14 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance team and players throwing a good couple of fuel up into their hub. And the Lake Monsters in the middle of the field trying to grab some of that fuel and bring it back over to their alliance partners. That's the Beta Blues lined up and currently shooting up into their hub. One steady shot at a time, and most of them are going in fairly nicely, consistently. 1 minute, 50 seconds left in this match, 67 to 29 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Will the Red Alliance be able to bring their way back? Or on the blue side of the field, they prepare, and now they shoot. CPR and Mean Machine both loading up their hub. A lot of fuel dumping into the middle of the field after being indexed and scored. 2550 Skynet pushing their alliance partners some extra fuel that they can grab and shoot up into their hub. Both of the main Blue Alliance scorers at the moment trying to load up with as much fuel from the driver station as possible. And now the hub flashes and the Red Alliance will now take control here. Even players on the Red Alliance making a bunch of shots as per usual. It looks like the Beta Blues currently not moving on the field. Oh no, they do manage to start making some shots. Their alliance partners, Lake Monsters, shoving a bunch of fuel through to their human players. Those human players have been fairly accurate in this match, giving them a very good chance there. And the Blue Alliance over on the other side of the field. Lots of shots going in for Mean Machine. That Spindexer absolutely unloading a bunch of fuel over to their alliance partners. CPR going and grabbing some more fuel from the depot as their alliance partners, Mean Machine, return back through the trench and take another set of shots of fuel into the center of the field. Just over 30 seconds left, and it is now the endgame period. 220 points to 42 in favor of the Blue Alliance. That's going to be a huge swing that the Red Alliance needs to do if they want to win this match. The Blue Alliance, of course, trying to lock in their victory. And Mean Machine trying to push some last fuel through that trench. CPR shooting a bunch of fuel up into the hub, and their alliance partner Skynet pushing some fuel into the outpost for their human players to throw into the center of the field, but they don't manage to quite get enough in. And that is the end of the match. Preliminary score is 254 to 61. Energized RP reached by Blue Alliance, who takes this victory. Not a huge surprise, but still a valiant effort by the Red Alliance. Mean Machine moving up into rank number 9. They're almost in a picking position on that blue side of the field. 4 ranking points being taken home by the Blue Alliance. 208 in fuel being scored in teleop.
Let's welcome to the field our next set of teams, starting with 46-62.
That's Bite Size Robotics.
In the middle, we've got 66-96.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And we've got team 29-90.
Hotwire.
On our Blue Alliance, give it up for team 9600.
X-Flare Robotics.
They are partnered with team 4513.
That's the Circuit Breakers.
And give it up for team 2898.
The Flying Hedgehogs.
Qualification match 48. Getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We start this match with quick movement from the Red Alliance, 2990 Hotwire, and their alliance partners, 6696 Cardinal Dynamics, moving to the middle of the field and grabbing a bunch of fuel. Cardinal going back to that center of the field where they're joined by the Circuit Breakers, trying to grab fuel before the other alliance can. Circuit breakers do manage to fill their hopper and stop before they go through the trench. And it is now the teleoperated period. Red Alliance 52 to 17 on the Blue Alliance. So the Blue Alliance will have continued access to their hub here. And Bite Size is now over on the blue side of the field, trying to slow down the progress of that Blue Alliance. X-Flare shot up, and it just misses. But their alliance partners, Circuit Breakers, trying to line up, and they do get a bunch of shots up and in. Meanwhile, Cardinal Dynamics shooting a bunch of fuel over to the red side of the field, and they slide along the wall, pushing a bunch of fuel over to that side, some of it going into that outpost where the human players can grab it and throw it up into the hub. They line up and try to get a couple of shots in from that red side of the field, and Hotwire trying to get their shooter to shoot some fuel up into that hub for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance doesn't have it for that much longer, though, before it switches over to the Blue Alliance. And X-Flare, currently a very full hopper on that robot, where they get stuck on the bump. They are freed by their opponents, Bite-Size Robotics, who are trying to play defense against the Blue Alliance at the moment. Circuit Breakers making contact with that bite-sized machine, where they line up and they do manage to get some fuel up into that hub. Flashing lights on the hub indicate, though, that it's the Red Alliance's turn to make some shots, and Cardinal Dynamics with a piece of fuel perfectly balanced on the top of their shooter. Their alliance partners, Hotwire, trying to grab some fuel and keep their lead. Blue Alliance only now, though, a couple of points, 7 points to be exact, behind the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance only has a couple more seconds here, 3 seconds, before the Blue Alliance can score, and they can now. A couple of shots up and in for the Circuit Breakers, and they return back to their side of the field to grab a couple more pieces of fuel. X-Flare trying to line up their robot with the hub and shake the robot so that way the fuel goes into their shooter. It is working fairly effectively, although a good amount of fuel falling into the 2898 machine, which might cause some penalties. 2 seconds left. That is the end of the match. 101-79 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance just able to reach that energized ranking point. And we'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. Speaking of that, just a moment, it is the Blue Alliance that takes that victory. A score of 101-79. 4 ranking points from that Blue Alliance, and Circuit Breakers have moved up into the rank number 4 position. Quick reminder once again that after our last qualification match of the day, which will be qualification 52, we will have an alumni photo on the field. So if you're an alumni, please come down after qualification 52 to get your photo taken.
Joining us for our next match, we've got Team 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
On the Red Alliance in the middle, we've got 847.
That's Fred.
And make some noise for Team 7034.
To be determined.
On the blue half of the field, we've got 29-15.
That's Pandemonium.
Their toughest nails partner, 59-37.
MI Robotics.
And we've got team 35-74.
The High Techers.
We've got 4 more matches to get through this evening before we say goodbye. Qualification match 49 coming to you shortly. Drivers, check your toes. 3, 2, 1, go!
Flaming Chickens making very quick way over to the center of the field. MI Robotics and To Be Determined also grabbing some fuel from that center of the field. To Be Determined looking rather full. Their robot absolutely stuffed with fuel, and the Chickens return to shoot another volley of shots for that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, lots of shots going up for MI Robotics over by the outpost. And it is now the driver's turn to drive the robots. Last couple of shots going up for To Be Determined on the red side of the field. Will Chickens be able to get a couple of shots in before they lose possession? And not quite. Center of the field looks like High Techers beached on some fuel. And Fred grabbing some fuel to return to their alliance partners. Some defense getting played, though, by Pandemonium on the red side of the field. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance now finally shooting up some fuel by MI Robotics, and the hub is flashing, meaning that they're about to lose it. Now goes over to the red side of the field, currently 80-63 in favor of this Red Alliance. Some defense being played by Pandemonium, trying to cause some chaos over there, and they do manage to slow down Chickens just a little bit, but Fred seems unfazed at the moment. To Be Determined, of course, currently not being defended. And the Chickens have returned with a full load of fuel to drop into their hub. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn. Shots going up and in from the MI machine. And Chickens have come over to the blue side of the field to steal some of that fuel that MI wants to take and score into their hub, launching it across the field all the way over to their side. High Techers now in the middle of the field trying to remove some of that fuel from the bottom of the hub and push it back to their alliance partners. And over on the red side, Pandemonium still playing defense, hitting that 70-34 intake quite hard. The 70-34 To Be Determined still able to intake with that robot. 172-112 with 40 seconds left in this match. Chickens shooting on the move with the last couple pieces of fuel before returning back towards their trench. And it is now the endgame period, which means that both alliances can score for one final time before the match concludes. Chickens cycling as much fuel back to their alliance partners as possible. Both Fred and To Be Determined shooting a bunch of fuel up into their side of the hub. And on the blue side of the field, MI Robotics currently the sole scorer for that Blue Alliance. And they have that shooting on the move working where they're sliding along their driver station and picking up fuel as they shoot it. 2 seconds left, 1 second, and that is the end of the match. 206-161, your preliminary scores. Both alliances reaching that energized RP. I'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. Thumbs up and scores getting posted. Your final winner, the Red Alliance, 210 to 162. And 4 ranking points being taken home by that Red Alliance. Flaming Chickens holding rank 1. Their alliance partners, Fred and To Be Determined, moving their way up. Meanwhile, the other side of the field, MI Robotics dropping down to rank number 6. Still a fantastic position, though. 1 ranking point being taken home by the Blue Alliance.
A reminder, Wilsonville, that we will be taking an alumni photograph at the conclusion of match number 52. So if you are an alum of any FIRST program, stick around for your opportunity to be in that photo. With that, let's go ahead and welcome our teams on the Red Alliance for match number 50. We've got team 9613.
That's Lions Bite.
We have team 3024.
My favorite team.
And we've got team 957.
Swarm.
On the Blue Alliance, we've got 6343.
That's Steel Ridge.
They are joined by team 5970.
Beavertronics.
And give it up for team 4043.
That's the Nerd Herd.
Wilsonville, we are getting ready to go. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
50 qualification matches in Wilsonville so far, and 957 Swarm having grabbed a bunch of fuel in the middle of the field. Steel Ridge seeing if they can come over to the center of the field and do the same for the Blue Alliance. Lots of shots still going up from that Red Alliance. Time expires on the autonomous period 30-14 in favor of that Red Alliance. There'll be 10 seconds before the Red Alliance loses possession of their hub. Lots of defense already getting played on the center of the field. Beavertronics trying to wreak some havoc over on the neutral zone. Shots going up and in from Steel Ridge. Their alliance partner is Nerd Herd, pushing a bunch of fuel up and over the bump over to their alliance partners, trying to take it away from that Red Alliance. My favorite team trying to grab some fuel from the neutral zone. Flashing hub means it's time to move to the red side of the field, and Swarm lining up, but they're currently getting defended by Beavertronics. Their alliance partner is My Favorite Team, lining up to the hub. Will they be able to get those shots up and off? They do manage to get those up. And Swarm does manage to get one up and in while being defended. Nerd Herd over on the red side of the field, stealing a bunch of fuel and bringing it over to that blue side. Some of it getting pushed in to that outpost where the human players now can throw it into the hub as Blue Alliance takes control of their hub. Steel Ridge with a bunch of fuel in their hopper, lining up to the blue hub. And their shots are successful. Nerd Herd trying to grab some fuel from the trench, lining up against their alliance partners on that blue side of the field. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn, 53-56, a very close match between these two alliances. 30-24, My Favorite Team getting defended by the Nerd Herd, who comes and steals a bunch of fuel from the red side of the field. Trying to play some opportunistic defense, grabbing fuel and then going back and bumping My Favorite Team around. Swarm still contending with the Beavertronics machine. With 30 seconds left in the match, it's now endgame. And lots of shots going up and in from the Blue Alliance. 72-68 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment, but of course the Blue Alliance can still swing it around here. It is still anyone's game, and now the Blue Alliance has swung it around, and they currently have it. Now the Red Alliance has taken it back with a couple of shots up and in. The Blue Alliance matching with some shots of their own. It's going to be a very close one at the very end of the match. 4 seconds left. And that is the end of the match. Red Alliance just pushing over their energized RP 105 fuel being scored. And we have your final scores up on the big screen. Your winners, the Red Alliance. Final score of 105-95, only 10 points separating these two alliances. 31 points in fuel being scored in the autonomous period for the Red Alliance, 14 being scored by the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, though, scoring more in the teleoperated period. As we saw, they brought it back a little bit at the end, 81-74 in favor of that Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, though, for the Blue Alliance, no ranking points will be taken home by any of those teams, and 4 ranking points will be taken home by all of the teams on the Red Alliance. Swarm holding themselves at rank number 3.
before we meet our teams for our next match, we are wanting to remind you all that we are going to have a mascot parade before opening ceremonies tomorrow morning. Teams, you should have your mascots line up at 8:45 a.m. in the hall between the pits and the field if you want to be participating in that. With that, let's meet our teams for match 51. We've got team 2374.
Jesuit Robotics.
In the middle spot, we have team 2635.
That's the Lake Monsters.
And we've got team 3663.
CBR.
On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 6831.
AO5NX.
They are paired with 2898.
That's the Flying Hedgehogs.
And we've got team 2990.
Hotwire.
Behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin our penultimate match of the day, and Hotwire has put a pretty big disruption in the bunch of fuel that's in the middle of the field. Red Alliance all opting to shoot the fuel that's on their side instead of adventuring into the neutral zone. 2 seconds left, and still pretty close between these two, and it looks like the Blue Alliance will come out on top in the end of the autonomous period, leading the Red Alliance to have the first set of cycles. And it looks like the Cedar Park machine currently beached on a bunch of fuel, but their alliance partners do manage to free them. They still have a bit of fuel underneath their robot, but they do manage to get it all out, and they return back to their side of the field where they're going to try to take advantage of the little bit of time that they have left to score that fuel. They do manage to score a good amount of fuel in, and they are now surpassed the Blue Alliance with only 4 seconds left before the Blue Alliance possession. 2990 Hotwire shooting a good volley of shots up and in, and they're all going in. Their alliance partners, Flying Hedgehogs, trying to push some fuel in through the outpost. Hotwire grabbing some fuel from the corner of the field. And on the red side, lots of fuel being pushed over by CPR. We'll see if they can get themselves some fuel, but it's possible that their intake might be broken. With 1 minute and 16 seconds left, 69-54 in favor of the Red Alliance. This match is going back and forth between these two alliances, and CPR has an absolutely stuffed hopper full of fuel, and they are shooting all of it up into that hub. Hotwire sliding along the sides of the field and pushing a bunch of fuel over to their side for their alliance partners, where they then line up next to the tower and line up against that hub to shoot some fuel up into it. 45 seconds left, 107-63 in favor of the Red Alliance. In 10 seconds, both alliances will be able to score for the remainder of the match. Jesuit sliding along the wall with a bunch of fuel in their robot, and they start shooting ahead of time, and it all goes in just as the lights turn red. 26 seconds left, 120-81. Blue Alliance 40 points behind here, but they still can bring it back in these last couple of seconds. Cedar Park full of fuel, and they are lined up against the front of the hub. Shots going wildly over, though, and they do manage to dial in their shooter, though. Their alliance partners shooting a bunch of fuel up into the hub. Lake Monsters pushing them some last pieces of fuel at the end of the match. And that is the end, 163-100. Blue Alliance just barely getting that energized RP. But they do manage to get it right at the end of the match. We have thumbs up and scores being posted. Red Alliance. Final score of a 165-100. CPR moving their way up back into the picking positions. Rank number 8. Jesuit holding themselves at rank number 5. 4 ranking points being taken home by the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still taking home 1 ranking point of their own. And as teams load up their robots for the final match of the night, one last reminder that the alumni photo is right after this next match on the field. So if you're an alumni, please make your way to the field as soon as this match ends, and we will get a big photo with all of us on the field.
We have come to the last match of the day, Wilsonville. Let's keep our spirits going and keep our cheering loud for these teams. On the Red Alliance, we've got 36-36.
That's the Generals.
They are joined by Team 44.
Shockwave.
And your lovely host team, 1425.
Error code 0.
On the blue half of the field, sitting in that number 2 spot, team 1595.
It's a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it's the Dragons.
They are joined by second year team 10444.
Ursa Major.
And last but not least, we've got team 9600.
That's X-Flare Robotics.
Alrighty, teams. Last match of the day. Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin our final match of the day with 3 robots in the neutral zone, 2 from the Red Alliance, 1 from the Blue Alliance. Shockwave shocking the side of the field. Their alliance partner is Error Code 0. loading up the hub with a bunch of fuel, and some fuel goes crazily off the field over towards the scoring table. Dragons on the blue side of the field. Looks like their fuel and their robot might be stuck. And the human players in the Blue Alliance get a last couple of shots up and in. 51 points to 12 in favor of the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance robots already have a good amount of fuel on their side of the neutral zone. If they can just push it over to their side of the field, their human players will now be able to throw it up into their hub. X-Flare lining up against the tower. Will they be able to get these shots up and away? Dragons lining up next to them. Ursa Major, their alliance partners, joining them as well. And now 36-36, the Generals over on the red or on the blue side of the field, causing as much chaos as they possibly can. The middle of the field, Error Code and Shockwave trying to eat up as much fuel as they can. Error Code, nice parabola of fuel going up into that hub, and they're now out of fuel. There's a ton of fuel on their driver station. They're going to go up to that driver station and collect as much of it as possible. Their alliance partner Shockwave pushing a bunch of fuel through the trenches. X-Flare making contact with the Generals on the neutral zone, and the Generals now sliding back over to that blue side of the field, trying to slow down the cycles of the Dragons. Dragons, one of our most effective shooters here at this event, but they are currently being hampered by the Red Alliance's defensive powers. 1 minute left in this match, 132-67 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. A lot of defense being played that's slowing down that Blue Alliance, but if the Blue Alliance can get a couple minutes of clean air, they might be able to get some more shots off. Lots of shots going off on the red side of the field. Error Code, empty hopper, Error Code, now full hopper. And they'll swing back around and line up with the hub, shooter going, and a bunch of fuel going up and in. Generals pushing a bunch of fuel out of the Blue Alliance's side of the field before beaching themselves up on the blue bump. Will they be able to get freed before the end of the match? There's not much time left, though. It is the end game period. 168-81 in favor of the Red Alliance. It's going to be rather difficult for the Blue Alliance to crawl their way back. Error Code trying to make that margin even bigger. Generals still playing defense down to the absolute last second here. 9 seconds left. Lots of fuel going up for Error Code being fed by Shockwave. Dragons finally get a moment to themselves. They get a bunch of fuel up and in, but it's not quite enough. Almost 100 points separate these two alliances. Preliminary scores 190-94 in favor of that Red Alliance. Thumbs up from Nathan. And we have your final scores. The Red Alliance 195-103 in favor of that Red Alliance. And both alliances taking home the energized RRP. Of course, the Red Alliance taking home 3 ranking points for the win. Error Code 0 moving their way up into the 4th ranked position. Dragons dropping down. Error Code moving up to rank number 6. Dragons dropping down to rank number 4. And a reminder, even though it is the end of the night, if you're an alumni, please come to the field. We want to take your photo.